Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Who's Taking Watch? The Dragon's Might. My name is Brad, and for today only, I will continue to be your DM in this season finale of our arc set in the world of Robert Jordan's The Wheel of Time. Who've I had with me?
I'm Zach, and I have been Dirk.
I'm Victor, and I will just for now be Lior.
I'm not doing any of that BS. I'm Michelle, and I am continuing to play Tal.
And I'm Marty playing Kashmiri.
Oh, the full pivot! Oh my gosh.
Name
22
change.
sessions and Martin told the secret out loud.
They peer pressured me. I had to.
Well, for those of you who've been watching before, welcome back. And if you're just joining us, I mean, you have to have figured it out by now, but please go back to our channel and watch from the beginning. But if you're curious as to what this is about, Who's Taking Watch is an anthology-style D&D actual play show where we're all taking turns sending each other on fanciful trips through some of our favorite worlds of fiction and imagining places on the side where we can have a little bit of fun with a 5th edition adventuring party, sort of outside of the plot, but within the world. And so, as I mentioned, this is the final episode of our arc that I've been running, set in the world of The Wheel of Time. What a blast it's been. I'm so sad and scared because I've never closed a campaign before, and this is number 1, baby.
Low stakes.
Super low stakes.
Okay.
Super
It's
low
not like
stakes.
we've been playing this all year, and all of this rides on this, you know?
That's correct. I don't have to stick the landing too hard. I just have to get a 10 roughly on my own personal scale.
There's no combat anyways, so it's not a big deal.
Just a few notes again, just a few thank yous. We mentioned it not nearly enough out loud, but for the music that we've been using, in the early episodes we were using a lot of the sound elements of Sirenscape, and since about halfway through we've been using the sound libraries of Michael Gelfi Studios, who are super cool and generous with streamers and shows like ourselves to allow a large portion of their bank to be used. Please go check them out. Please support them on Patreon. They do incredible work at a very high quality. Thank you to our hosts, who I won't name just in case they want to stay incognito.
Anonymous.
But thank you so much. We
Play in their basement.
We've played in people's basement for the better part of a year, and we store all of our equipment here. So thank you to you guys. And I just want to say thank you to you guys for all buying in. I hit you, our first game, I hit you with a real high entry level of world understanding and world engagement, and you guys all really flew across that with, like, flying colors, and it's been so fun. Like, we were talking earlier today how it's like, this is so much longer of an arc than we thought it was going to be, but I think because of that it feels too short because I'm so attached now, but, like, you guys did such a great job building all these characters, so it's been a wild ride.
Just glad
It'll be sad to see
survived.
them all die. Yeah.
You know, you survived for now.
That's good.
But I think that there's no delaying the inevitable any longer than I already have in this intro. So with that said, we're going to turn the page and enter the final chapter of Who's Taking Watch? The Dragon's Might. In one age, called the Third Age by some, the country of Ghealdan was gripped by the hand of war. Logain Ablar, a minor lord of the nation, declared himself the Dragon Reborn, and was stripped of his lands and titles by the king. This powerful channeler grew his armies, leading to 2 years of turmoil in the normally quiet country. The names and places of the conflict are lost to the endless turning of the wheel of time. All that remains are stories and rumors. The White Tower, the most powerful channeler seen in hundreds of years, and a great battle fought within the frigid Dallin forest. The people's memories might fail, but the pattern would never forget the 4 wandering threads that converged in this time, briefly becoming something more than themselves. One of these threads would also never forget. Lior, son of Mael, son of Thane, an Ogier stonemason of Stedding Shangloon. The gentle giant ventured far outside of his home to answer a summons for work in the capital city. Driven by a curiosity of exploring the lands charted so meticulously by his betrothed, Adolin, Lior journeyed even further north to help his concerned kin in the north of Ghealdan. With him came Paige Bundelberg, herbalist, inn-worker, covert specialist. In actual fact, an accepted of the White Tower named Kashmiri Sinuru, this native of Tanchico was sent for reconnaissance due to her unique gift of being able to hear the thoughts of those around her. Her journey north forced her to confront her expectations of the world and the people in it, leaving the rigid structure of Kashmiri somewhat obscured as Paige began to learn about the inhabitants of the world outside of the tower. There was another traveler with a lot of sisters and an impossible amount of brothers. Tala Millen, the youngest daughter of 12 farming children in the South Country, wanted something that this world wouldn't offer her. The chance to follow her brothers in arms to join the Legion of the Wall. The chance to be what and who she wanted to be. Masquerading as a young boy all throughout, Tal never wavered in her fierce protection of country and family, both those who were lost and those who she found. And her found family, Dirk Talon. Yeah, it's you, big guy. The gifted son of a prominent official within the Children of the Light, Dirk proved himself too gifted for his own good, being able to channel the one power in the tainted form of its male source, Saidin. On the road for years trying to suppress his strength, he saw a chance at salvation in Logain, this powerful channeler who had seemingly mastered Saidin without succumbing to its maddening touch. Traveling north, Dirk gained the caring family that he had never had, but began to lose his mind. He resolved to travel with the dragon to aid him in his fight against the Shadow in hopes that he too might be freed from the Dark One's poison in Saidin. But these 4 heroes did not work unopposed. The forces of Shadow, Dark Friends, Drakkar, Trollocs, and even Murdral were all traveling outside of Shaiel Gol. Even scarier, Dirk's brother, Larry, gasp, a questioner with the Hand of the Light, who is hell-bent on tracking down not only his own brother, but Dirk's own adopted little brother. And Paige has learned that her mentor, Lucille, and the Aes Sedai she travels with may not be honest in pursuing the aims of the White Tower. As the newly separated party races throughout the frigid North Country to reunite, one among their number remains blissfully unaware of the danger that they face. Dirk.
That's me.
You wake up feeling well rested. It's been a tough couple days of travel. But there's something that's sort of eating at you a little bit, because as much as Lior was somewhat solemn in saying he would come and send you off at Garen's wall, you had a somewhat jovial first day. You guys were sort of talking about anything but your imminent separation, and it was really lightening your spirits. But yesterday, partway through the day, Lior just got a little bit quiet, a little bit withdrawn. Why don't you give me an insight check?
You.
Stakes are low. You don't really need to pick a dice.
Hey, it's a 17.
It's a 17. Lior, roll me a charisma check.
Brad, you know I don't stand a chance.
Roll a 19 or a 20.
Why are you happy about that?
You must be left in the dark. It's a 19.
Oh my god, I can't believe I said it out loud. I thought it was foolproof.
You willed it into existence.
You wake up and you could have almost sworn that Lior was looking at you. But when you turn to look at him, he's just, by the fire tending to some tea and twiddling his thumbs. Sorry, he's twiddling his thumbs.
Excellent. Lior, I was dozed off for a moment.
Overnight. It's the morning.
Is it really that time of day?
For a moment, just 8 hours.
Days are bleeding into each other. I've been up so much. How are you enjoying the traveling this far from home?
I mean, I didn't think I'd be coming this far, but...
Neither did I, to be honest. And I was thinking recently about what we talked about a while ago. I'd said that, if I ever lose it, that I'd like you to be the one to, But now that I'm with Logain, I don't think you have to worry about that anymore. You don't have to be here for me.
That's... Dirk, what you asked of me, while it made me incredibly sad, was also an honor. And I hope it never comes to this. But if it does, I do hope that Logain has the decency to do right by you, as opposed to wield you like a weapon.
Lior, as you're trying to finish this last sentence, that cold spot in your chest just sort of rattles you a little bit.
Are you all right?
Just the cold.
You're never cold. You have all this fur on you.
I'm just going to start looking around a little bit.
As a person who hears voices sometimes, that was highly suspicious.
I promise it wasn't Paige.
Are you sure you're okay?
I'll be better soon.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll get to the wall. You'll get to go home to Marmalade, and it's going to be awesome. I bet she's waiting for you. She's going to be so happy to see you.
I think she is.
I'm not going to bother correcting him. We're only seeing each other for another half a day. It just isn't worth it.
While you think of your fiance Marmaduke and get a little bit stressed. Lior, you've been hit with some information, and you've been corresponding with Paige as she is able to reach out to you. But you mentioned that you didn't want to tell Dirk.
Yet.
What, if anything, do you do with this information?
How close are we? We're down...
So, the thing is that Ghealdan's wall is kind of long. It's like it's a feature of the land. It's not a Niagara Falls. It is the section that partitions it off from, I believe it's Andor. I think that you're consulting your maps and you are relaying with Paige of a place that you might meet along Ghealdan's wall. You've already sort of like through the forest, and then the wall winds away from the woods, away from the direction you're going. But you could see that like the distant landscape, there's a drop off as if it goes down. So you imagine that you're sort of in the area, but the place that Paige and Tal will be rendezvousing with you is... Well, if the march gets started as early as Logain always does, probably accessible within about 3 to 4 hours today.
Dirk, I know it feels like we're almost there, but I think it's important to stay vigilant until the end.
For sure. But I mean, we're traveling with an army. I don't really expect a small ambush like we had before. I'm mostly worried about the Aes Sedai. I don't know if they've been tracking us or anything, and warders are too hard. I don't think I've ever seen one before.
No, they're definitely a concern. One concern. But I just think we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves here. And I'm glad that... I was going to say you let me accompany you, but I perhaps I'm imposing. But you shouldn't forget that the others would also have seen you to the wall, to safety. They would have liked to be here.
Lior, I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but despite not being human, I feel like you're the only person that actually understands what's going on. With me, with Logain, and you can't tell Tal I said this, but I consider you a very close, if not currently, maybe my best friend, but... You're my brother.
It's not your turn. It's not your turn yet. Yeah.
And so it's good to have your company.
Dirk, that means more to me than you could imagine.
Ah, gentlemen. Beautiful day, isn't it? Clear skies and all that. Logain ambles up and is just sort of like handing you guys mugs of warm tea in the morning. Logain's attitude has improved over the few days. He was sort of withdrawn and grim-faced, and he still is doing that in stages. You could see that it's more like something that he's putting on for the men, so that everyone knows that he's determined and we're going to get what we want. But he's sort of coming back to himself, as you have come to know him over this last week. More jovial than you expect. Certainly there's an air of pompousness about him, but he carries it well. But he just walks up to you guys and says, "Now, friend Builder, I've grown fond of your company, but I do have to insist that our arrangement stays the same. We'll be coming to the wall later today."
Of course. I have no intention of leaving Ghealdan.
Good. You've done enough for my movement, and I wouldn't want to drag you into anything dire and run further afoul of your fine folk.
Not to worry.
Why are there rules? Why are there secrets?
He's insane.
He sort of just catches your eye a little bit. And just slow nods.
Dirk fast nods, because he has no
And he looks back at you and gives you like a, "Yes, Dirk, yes."
It's been good traveling with you.
Yes, it's been good traveling with you. And whenever Dirk looks at you, his eyes open up into like a question. Dirk looks back at him.
You promise me then to keep Dirk safe, no matter what,
Of course.
no matter the danger.
Yes.
But
And
he's-
there's a fair amount of danger that we're walking into just on my path, but yes.
As perhaps the last of, dare I say, family that leaves him here, I just want to make sure that he's in good hands.
He's in good hands. The most capable hands for someone of Dirk's capabilities that there are, I would dare say. Well, we must be off. So, gentlemen, ready within 10 minutes or so, and we'll be heading out. And when you are packing up your things, Dirk, he just goes and tries to, like, bump into you and be like, "What is wrong? I see it in your eyes. They're enormous." You give me a perception check, Dirk. I almost called you Jerk.
Should I use passive?
No, you can give me active.
Can I use my passive? It's 11.
I don't think you'd catch it with your passive anyway. What's your passive?
15.
Not quite.
Okay. It's okay.
What is happening? Something worries you.
Dirk's other family. Well, I think they are not quite done with him yet, but I wish to see him out of Ghealdan and make sure that they don't get a chance to say their goodbyes.
How many? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. We'll keep our eyes open. Yes, you and I?
Yes,
Thank you for telling me.
of course. I'd rather not fluster him with this news. His brother is well, let's just call it a bit of a sore spot.
Understood. When you mention I'd rather not trouble him, you see like a brief pang of like worry and pain. You flash back to just a couple days ago, John, when something troubled him, and you see that Logain is very much trying to hold things steady. So, right. Let's be off then, and you guys set off on your march. Yesterday, when Paige asked you for the specific spot that you would be reaching in the afternoon and when you figured that would be, did you say anything else in response to Paige?
Did I say anything else?
I'm not gonna make you come up with a
No.
point on a map. We're gonna
Yeah.
assume that you guys spoke about that.
I miss you. You're my best friend. Unlike Tal
Yeah.
and Dirk.
Who's your best friend, Lior?
Oh, I'd like to put my hat in the ring.
Your son can't be your best friend.
He can be. It's real wholesome.
I think Lior is just trying to be like mission efficient.
Yeah.
And just
Get here.
stay on task.
Okay.
He hasn't seen anything else that's kind of
Yeah.
phased him yet, so he's
Sure. And just nothing else to go off of. Taking turns riding and sleeping as best as you can. An uncomfortable sleep, not enough to cause a point of exhaustion, but uncomfortable flavor-wise. You have the last words of Lior on a message you sent last night, Paige. No details, no nice weather, no anything. Not using anything close to the amount of space he needs for the message. Just basically gives you a set of coordinates and says, get here. And that's in your mind as you and Tal and this morning are whipping your way northward on this sled that you have commandeered.
That very last message,
Yes.
I would have mentioned to Lior something that I would not have told him before,
Okay.
which was as an extra bit of information, the sisters, they might mean trouble. And I will leave it at that.
Sure.
Would you allow me to
Yes.
just go back to
Yeah.
when we, before we
Let's be
left?
civil about this.
As an idea, yes.
Zoom back 5 episodes.
5 days. When we were leaving,
Yes.
and Thaddeus showed me the weapon that he had, the spear.
Yes.
Would I be able to have said something like, Thaddeus, I propose a trade.
Ooh.
Do you... I think with your nimbleness and your keen eyes, you would do much better with this fantastic weapon as I
Whoa.
take out a sling and say,
Are you sure that's in like mint condition? It's still in the packaging.
I got it specially for you. You can keep it.
Okay.
I think it will be very useful from atop the carriages. With your keen eyes, you'll be able to spot any oncomers. You have to whirl it above your head. Practice with snowballs. Does that sound good to you?
I can practice with snowballs.
Perfect. Do not aim your mother. She will not appreciate it.
No, of course.
No.
Of course.
Promise me.
Looks around at everybody else in the column except for his mother.
Or Ma Dobbs.
No, definitely,
Dobbins.
definitely. Looks a little bit bummed.
All right. I will keep this safe. keep the herd safe. It's all up to you now, Tad.
I'll do it. And as you guys are setting off north and you're holding on and still looking at this spear, you turn and you look. Tad is there, spinning the sling. This kid's left-handed. Spinning the sling, and then just with his other arm, he just takes a snowball and chucks it at the back of a soldier's head. And as you're going off and trying to go, no, he's looking at you going, yeah!
It's not even practicing the way I wanted him to practice.
Okay! But yes, you can absolutely.
This is awesome. It's not even using it.
Okay.
I was gonna jump in and show him one shot, but I'm not. I'm focused on getting the horse.
You should let Paige
You
use
don't
this
know
use
how
of
to use it.
spending.
This is-
sending to correct that.
All right. So sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
No,
Back
totally.
to- These are the coordinates. I don't think we're very far. What?
You say that sisters could be in trouble, and Lior's just like, the weather, isn't it beautiful?
Right after Dirk is just like, I think we got to be on the lookout for
Lior is
sisters.
just at the camp like that one picture of Ben Affleck smoking a cigarette.
I need this trip to be over.
Sorry. High stakes season finale. Go ahead.
Yes, I think we're approaching according to the coordinates Lior gave me. I think about half day's travel. Tal, I'm telling you this because something is off. Something about the sisters.
What?
I'm not sure what they're planning, but I fear there may be trouble within the ranks. I do not know for certain, and I don't want to mislead you because I know this is all already uncomfortable, but we have to be prepared for them because they might not just stop at the dragon. They might go for Dirk. And if they get to him, he will never be the same.
Well, did you tell them that he channels?
No, I did not. But
So we have to hope they don't know.
we have to, but we cannot rely on that.
Gotcha.
I might call for you at some point to protect Dirk.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I can do that.
All right.
I would be there right now to protect him if they hadn't sent me away. I told you so! I told you so!
Yep, you did. Yep.
As again, just taking up the refrain for the umpteenth time in this day that you've been just booking it straight north. I told you so. I told you so. You are just wrapped up in the possibilities of what this could be. The storm of voices is not something that you're really muting out right now. There are voices swimming around going, what's the angle? The tower? And it's just this confusing mess of every one of your own inner thoughts. For once not overwhelmed by other people, but just by yourself. As you guys speed north.
Tal is speeding through like, all right, we've got the Children of the Light on one side, possibly the tower on the other. 2 fronts. Okay, 2 fronts. We can do 2 fronts.
We have.
And you have 2 fronts, and you're supposed to be meeting these guys at an angle head on.
Don't forget the dark one. He might be there too.
Oh, stop it!
So I'm just. Okay, you're right. I'll take over for 15 minutes. All right, here we go.
15.
Very generously, you do take 15 minutes out of every 2 hours of the reins before the horses, you're like flying up in the air. But the morning grows into day as you guys make your way as far up as you can, starting to now see the same thing as them. The landscape to your right, to your left, drops off dramatically. You see huge cliffs. Tala, this horrifying drop off that you've seen only in your mind's eye from explanations from Byron is now even more immense than you could have imagined. And of course, what an incredible natural defense for the country. No wonder there's never any war here. No one can get in here. Sure, there's things to the south, but the capital city is so far away that by the time they reach it, defenses would be shored up, and if Andor ever had any ideas, well, good luck scaling a cliff. At a certain point, as you guys are going north, you guys give me a perception check.
Natural 20.
It was like 16. Best, so never mind.
Before they turn around and see you, you
done.
see two men on horses in the familiar colors of the camp of the dragon, standing out slightly red against the white of the landscape. And you see them before they see you, but you're rapidly approaching them.
Do they look like the outer scouts, or a little
Certainly.
closer to center?
You don't see any forces around them at this point. It's worth noting that you guys have been making your journey pretty much exclusively through the Ghealdan forest, and you guys made up so much time because you skirted around it and underneath it, starting further south. So you don't see the armed forces of Loghain yet, but you do see two that you might assume were outriders. Yeah.
Soldiers, should we pull up to them, or just keep blasting through?
No, pull up. Let them know. We'll send them ahead.
And you see at a certain point they start riding over to you, swords out, and then as they're drawing close and they're going like, "Make way for the dragon reborn." What?
We're friends. We're friends.
Yeah, they drop the voice. What are you guys doing here?
We've got word. We need to see the dragon.
Immediately.
Okay, this way. And they just wheel around their horses and start booking it. You guys emerge from the Ghealdan forest out onto this plain that ends with rock formations that stand above and elevate this cliff face with small gaps in the opening, and just see landscape beyond this beautiful, beautiful vista. And as you stand to take it all in, Loghain goes, "It's quite something, isn't it? This land, if anything happened..." And you guys start hearing... and he goes, "Is it?"
On guard.
And he looks to you. He goes, "It's them."
Is this the coordinates?
Yes.
Easy. Look, we're just trying to protect Dirk.
You've got to be kidding me. As you guys round the corner and slow your horses, skidding to a stop in this section that you can see is kind of like pummeled out road because there's been a bit of an advance guard. Sections of snow have been reduced where you could tell that there might have been some sort of dirt, like Appalachian Trail style thing underneath. And you guys screech to a halt, and Sammy pulls up next to you. He goes, What are they doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
You're not
Have we
supposed to
arrived?
be here.
Yes, you've arrived.
Loghain,
Loghain goes, "I was very specific about you."
one of your guards, Terran, the guy wielding the sword. He
Just turns around and looks at Sammy, and Sammy goes, "Yeah, the name's like kind of sword guy."
has sold your location. Reason we found you, also the reason the Children of the Light are tailing you right now.
He goes to his scouts. He's like, "You've seen none of this," and they go, "No, it's like they're white cloaks and it's snowy. I mean, what do you?" And he's, "Ah. Have you seen them?"
We haven't. We came straight to you.
What do you mean? Who told you this?
Sword guy.
What the hell does he know?
I was like, don't you remember?
They've rehearsed this on their.
When I say sword, you say guy.
What does he know? How does he know my brother?
I don't know how they met, but he sold information to your brother.
How did you even find us?
I'm sorry, Dirk.
I was gonna help you.
Oh, well, I'm not good at lying.
Feels like it's too late for that.
I said something.
Go on, Lior.
Dirk, Look,
Look, it's not just about you. He knows my brother's here. And he wants to hurt my brother for revenge on me.
He specifically mentioned you and Sam.
Okay, so we know he's coming. He doesn't know that we know that he's coming, so...
I don't know what he knows.
You gotta think that he knows. Think, Dirk. Think.
Maybe he knows.
That's what
that
I
we
just
knows.
said.
Yeah, that's what you just said.
What is happening?
We need to create an ambush.
But we don't know where they're coming from, or
We don't know what
Where they're
direction. We
going
don't know
to-
where. We don't know.
They have to be coming from south. They couldn't have been further north than us. You were gonna say something?
I don't know if you have scouts who are really good at seeing white cloaks in the snow.
Mobilize. Everyone mobilize. There has to be, and further back, the back of the column that you guys have been traveling up with, you just hear, drop, ready! Sort of around a corner and muffled a little bit, and you just hear like, ah! And the clang of iron, and Logan goes, they've come from behind us, what? And in that moment, you just see him as he starts to move and then goes, and you all think, what has happened? And Paige, you see exactly what has happened, as weaves of air have wound their way around him, and a shield of spirit is trying to drive a wedge between him and something essential. You can't see what it is, but you can only imagine what it is, as you feel this source from around you on the right, and you whip around, and you see the glamour, the trick of the bending of the light falling. 4 Aes Sedai, Lucille, Zara, Amelie, Timea, and 2 warders, standing there as Amelie leads the circle and says, now, guard him, we have a little bit of time. And Lucille is going a little bit nervously and then looks to you and goes, Cash, what are you doing here?
You fools. We're not the only ones. What are you doing?
And Amelie, as you take a couple steps towards them, Amelie just shoots out a hand and a little bit of earth shoots up in front of you, blocking you off. And the warders heft their weapons as you see Logain struggling against his bonds and looking at all of you with panic as this sound of chaos erupts from behind you, and the circle of Aes Sedai, more powerful when woven together than anything they are on their own, emerge to try and take the Dragon Reborn. And I need everyone to roll initiative.
It begins.
Okay, so I just want to set a little bit of ground rules. So what we have here is you guys emerging from the Dalin forest, where you have met along this pathway that has been created through the snow by the army of the dragon. To the left and to the right of you, there is chaos outside of sight, crashing of steel, all these things. You have the 4 Aes Sedai, which you see by their cloak colors. You've got Lucille of the Grey with the red hair. You've got Amelie the Blue, who's wielding the fire. You've got Zara the Green, and you have Timea the Brown. And the 2 warders there. The one who has got just absolutely decked to the nines with armor, that's Reg.
Yeah.
That's Reg.
He's dope, man.
In standing close
Stop
to...
lusting after.
Standing close, you can't even see his body.
I couldn't.
Full armor.
I feel so bad. You asked me about freaking minis, and I didn't do anything about it.
It's
I'm
okay.
So sorry.
I painted most of these yesterday
Dude,
for the first time.
I dropped the ball on that. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I picked up a new hobby. It's a lot of fun.
Nice.
Closest to you guys there is Sammy and Logain the dragon, clearly the one shooting lightning out of his hands. So the way this is gonna work.
The one, sorry, with the yellow thing coming out.
That's
Who
the
is that?
fire.
That's Fire. That's Amelie. She's wearing a blue cloak.
Oh, that's the blue cloak is
In the
blue.
way back.
Oh, because
Yeah.
I saw the
I'm a
blue
blue.
like the little hand.
Listen, I'm
Oh,
gonna
that's
tell
what
you
she-
how it's gonna work, okay?
Yeah.
They're gonna back down.
That's an interesting thing. What's actually going to happen is, because there are so many adversaries in this combat and 4 of you guys, I'm going to be adding essentially a free reaction for every round for you guys, and you get to use it like a legendary action, meaning at the end of somebody's turn, you guys can each make an appeal action. That can be any sort of social check. any sort of like intimidation type of thing, any information that you're trying to get from someone or that you're trying to impart on someone. You could call for that at any point at the end of someone's turn.
So once per round at the end of somebody else's turn.
Once per round at the end of somebody else's turn. That's correct.
And does that include like a response? Like if Paige uses her appeal to respond to her appeal, I would have to use my own appeal.
No. I think I mentioned this fight. I've been kind of hard ass about like, no, rounds are 6 seconds.
I'm with you.
Listen, this is it, baby. This is the end. If you guys want to have protracted rounds of combat where you have like a dramatic dialogue with someone, I'm gonna go ahead and allow that.
Okay, cool.
Get ready to get dramatic.
Hey,
That's your specialty.
That's what I pick my words. Yes,
And
that's
so-
what I'm known for.
At also a 23.
Can I be within 5 feet of the dragon? Can I just be real close to him? Can I just be in front of him?
Can I be hugging him?
I'm gonna
I
say
be
that it was
backpacking
probably
him?
pretty likely that
No,
you took
I
a few
was-
steps
yeah,
forward.
oh, actually?
No, like
No,
not from there, but
backward,
like
no, for sure, 1,000%.
Acting for the first time in my whole friggin' life
scared.
before Tal. Sammy turns to you and says,
What do we do?
"Orders."
At the back of the back of the line.
What does that mean for me, Bradley?
Sorry. So there's fighting going on at the back of the line, isn't there?
There's fighting going on. Like just out of view of the map, let's say, but also out of view of you guys.
So it's like cover our rear type thing?
Yeah. Well, it's check in at the back of the line. We need to know if it's the Aes Sedai or if it's the White Cloaks.
Okay, sure. He says, "Absolutely," and he just takes.
Get the out of here, Sammy.
He just turns around and goes, "Take care of the dragon," and he sort of wanders off in this direction where a lot of the fighting is going.
For the final combat, the swear jar is in effect, so that'll be $5.
Yes, and we're also increasing the. We're trying to set a
Anti-high stakes.
fundraiser record here, folks. That's going to be Sammy's turn. And in fact, for the combat, Tal, he's going to be looking to you for orders if what he has checked from you is not is completed.
Cool.
But that's going to be the end of his turn, bringing us to you.
I'm riding these horses, baby.
Could I use an action? Could I use my reaction after
can.
Sammy's turn? I'm gonna call out to Lucille and say, "No, this is the wrong time. The White Cloaks, they can't be far. This is dangerous for all of us." And I want to look at Amelie to see if there's any type of reaction when I say that.
Okay, do you want to persuade Lucille or do you want to get a reaction from Amelie?
I want to get a reaction from Amelie.
Okay, so give me an insight check.
Jeez, Brad,
your
making it
fate.
tough.
I want to re-roll that. That's a 7.
Okay.
Oh boy, he's an associate
Oh my,
point
already.
I believe in you.
Come on.
I believe.
It's a 4!
I hate.
For a total of?
Can you get a new set of dice? You need like 8, like I do. So that way, when you get mad at 2 of them, you still have
I can
more.
punish them by keeping them.
Yeah, like
Amelie doesn't break from her look at Logain, and she's going,
This is it.
steady, we have to hold it together. Don't listen to her, Lucille. And she's not giving you anything. She's just laser focused. You can see sweat beading on her forehead as she is desperately trying to guide this linked group of sisters as they place a wedge of spirit in between what you would presume to be Saidin and Logain.
Okay.
And Lucille is sort of looking back and forth, focusing there, but looking at you a lot with a panicked look in her eye.
What are exactly the mechanics for land vehicle?
How fast do horse move?
it's usually
Look
like
up
60
the
to 80.
speed of a riding horse for me.
If
Brad,
we're like
you
D&D
didn't,
or real life?
You didn't anticipate
No,
this?
D&D.
there's a riding horse. I think it's.
It's crazy because I put it on the board and I didn't think to look up the rules.
That's like not accounting for a very large table. That's ridiculous.
In this case, we've got a big rock A big phallic
60
rock.
feet.
60 feet for riding horses. Great. You can use the riding horses to move around. Certainly. Just know that horses. You would know this. Horses are liable to get spooked sometimes, and if they get spooked, that could be bad for you.
Totally.
Or bad for Paige.
Just a sec.
I was gonna say, I'm still there, guys. Don't let me be. Bradley, the edge of the cliff.
Yeah.
Is it that way?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
my
Very
And
much
so we see the rocks go up and then it goes down.
Yeah, there's like weird sort of rock formations. You wonder if this was maybe some sort of like sculpted job as like a sort of. It's not an arrow slit, but like this was the army's main point of defense was this natural feature. You wonder if they maybe did carve out a spot that they could rain down fire from above.
Makes sense.
Can I action dash the horses?
Okay.
Why is this
I'm
gonna
gonna say
suck?
yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say yes.
Of course not. Why not?
I am going to take the horses. I'm gonna go. Kya! I'm gonna send them around Dirk,
Yep.
Okay.
around the warders,
Now it's gonna be tough. You're gonna want to drag. Yeah. You're gonna want to drag the horses.
and slam them into the ice sky.
And where am I?
Okay. Around Dirk, around the warders, and slam them
Yeah,
into the
I
ice.
don't want to get within 5 feet of the warders if possible. I want to stay 10 feet away.
I'm
Or
gonna
15
ask-
feet away, as far away as
a
possible.
Tokyo Drift in a horse-drawn cart?
So
It's
in,
a sled!
so in this case, Michelle, I'm going to ask you to make a land vehicle check
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's
cool.
Are
because
you giving me helpful
You
directions?
run-
and it's and
Straight
it, just
into
so you
Dirk.
know, it's not going to be a you can change your mind and not do that. It's going to be a do you come within 5 feet of the warders or not?
100%, yeah.
Left, the other left.
Don't hit me.
You're killing me. Roll it.
Is Paige helping me?
No.
No, because it's an action. Yeah.
No.
No, it's not bad. It's not bad.
12.
No, that's
Plus your
I don't think it's
proficiency, right?
enough.
That's 12. Oh, wait, not 12, 15.
15.
Wait, land vehicles?
It's
Land
intelligence.
vehicles. It's
plus-
intelligence plus
Oh, no.
proficiency.
Oh, it's
12.
intelligent. I thought it was
Yeah.
animal handling. My bad.
No,
Okay.
no,
okay.
it's going to be intelligence
Oh,
plus
didn't we make
proficiency.
it? Didn't we make a wisdom?
Oh, we made it wisdom because it's horses.
Yes.
15!
15. DC was higher because you're dashing.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
You do.
Was it 15?
No, because then you would have succeeded. You do come within 5 feet of both warders.
Cool.
Reg is going to reach out and take a swing
Yep.
as you leave the space at
Cool.
one of the horses.
Cool.
I'm very glad it's the horses and not.
I think is gonna miss. Horse DC is what?
Horse 5E.
Riding horse.
Riding horse 5E. 10.
It's gonna hit. It's gonna hit. He's gonna.
It was a
Reg,
10, wasn't
Reg is
it?
gonna hit with a 10.
Oh,
You're
God.
100% correct. Reg is gonna hit with a 10.
Cool.
Okay. He is going to. How much HP does a horse have?
13.
13. Okay.
Oh no. There goes horsey.
Okay. The horse takes 6 points of slashing damage,
Cool.
and then as it runs by Zara's warder over there, is also gonna swing out at the same weakened horse, and Reg is just going, "Stop them before they get in." That's gonna hit,
Okay.
and that
just
is
hit Tal?
no is going to hit
horse.
the horse. They're swinging at the horse.
Whatever.
Okay.
They're horses.
Is going to deal
Slice it in half.
7 points.
No! Oh, this
piercing.
was so cool. I wanted this to work. All right, he's down. The
And
horse is
one of the
down.
horses goes crashing down.
Could you say that
Exactly,
again?
Zero.
It's right into the cliff wall.
Oh no! Good
Really
joke.
disappointing.
Does not run into the cliff, but it
There's
does.
the other horse.
It does grind it sideways, sort of. And this horse. Give me a strength check for the horse, Michelle.
Oh, it's a horse's turn.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
22.
Hey.
I shouldn't have said anything. This horse
It's f***ing sea biscuit.
keeps it aloft. How much movement have you used thus far? Is my question.
Well, 60 feet of movement brought me to here.
Okay.
That's 60. Okay.
Then I'm gonna say.
And I'm dashing.
Yep. Well, he's gonna have half speed now
Yeah.
because he's pulling the cart alone.
Cool.
But let's say. Yeah.
Yeah?
Is going to go ahead and try and bump in first there.
Drag dragging a dead horse.
Dragging a dead horse.
Wow.
Slowing you down a little bit.
Terrifying.
This is what we're doing. This is the final combat, everybody. It's getting
I'm gonna
gruesome.
have them make
Oh, no.
a dex save.
Cool. Let's hope they're not dexterous.
See, this is why Dirk is gonna get upset with Lior, because Lior's like, "We got this," and then Tal just goes headfirst into danger. Lior's like, "No,
This is why I didn't want her here.
I was a best friend for like 2 minutes."
Paige, you're officially my best friend.
How did that
Look,
happen?
guys, he's nodding.
Unfortunately, the two dexterous ones are the ones that are back there. As they just shift to the front, and this horse, partially able to shift to the front because this horse had slowed down so much, just comes to a rest there.
But the sled doesn't stop and squishes it. No, I'm just joking.
No, it's got a proper bridle.
Hey, Tal and Paige, now you're in the thick of things.
Well, hi.
Michelle, just out of me not getting my whole ass handed to me, I'm gonna say you have about like 15 feet of movement left yourself.
Oh,
wow.
oh.
I can
Oh,
go 45,
but-
45.
Without an action, I guess.
I'm gonna.
You have a
Without an
bonus-
action.
You have a bonus action left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Without, you could use your bonus action to step of the wind if you want, but moving a horse cart through the snow from standstill. I know I was talking about 60 seconds, but I was talking about more like discussions.
Would you count this as an attack?
This is not you making one attack. No. Absolutely not.
I can't use my bonus
A horse
action
is not an unarmed attack for a monk, even for a monk.
How about a monk with a land proficiency?
Way they can say my weapon is a horse.
Oh no, I want to make
I
that.
know.
I was like, oh my
Just
god.
be a barbarian carrying around
Cavalier
the horse.
fighter with. And okay, we're good.
Pigeon trainer?
We're in the weeds. We're in the weeds. What are you? What are you doing with your turn,
I'm
Michelle?
going to clap Kashmiri on the shoulder and say, "Convince him," and I'm gonna hop behind the cart
Sure.
You ran into
and-
them! Get back here!
and duck down
Oh
so
my
that
God.
they can't get to me with any.
They can't get to you.
Like there?
Yeah, sure.
Paige with her 8 initiative.
The whole theme of this entire campaign has been protect Paige.
When have I ever done that though?
And then Cash is like, Paige.
But you brought Paige in.
Unreal. Could have had the decency to push me off.
I love it. I
That
think
is
personally.
wild.
I love it, personally.
Paige is the one that got, whoa, whoa, whoa.
That's insane. That's
That was not
Paige.
my decision.
absolutely
Did not have the
buck
reins on
wild.
that one.
Okay, is that the end of your turn?
I think so, yeah.
It's the last place Paige wants to be.
Wild. Wild.
Did knocking them interrupt their magic circle weavy thing?
They
It's
passed
not going
it.
to stop it, but I'll roll a concentration check to see if any ground gets made.
That was my intention.
Not really. No, unfortunately. It was a fairly low DC since they didn't take damage, but they did all right on it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your turn?
Yeah.
What a crazy turn. Holy.
Okay.
What a way to start us off.
Yeah, listen, I put the horses on there as a joke, and I was like, I should have known they would weaponize the horses.
That was great. Michelle and Tal, that was great.
Look at Martin.
I can't believe you didn't pull me out.
What's your AC?
17.
Okay. You hop off and hide from the back as too late you hear the sound of a bow, and you turn around and an arrow streaks at you from the top of this bluff.
Swear drop.
Guys, that's his brother.
Who is it? I don't know who you're talking about. Okay. You take
I'm not gonna survive this battle, guys.
arguable.
Should have stayed with Paige.
Would that made me less hittable with an arrow?
No, he would have
You
been
take
Dirk.
16 points
Can you catch it? Can you
of
catch it? Can you
piercing
catch it?
damage.
Can I?
Yeah, you can reduce damage, catch it. if you
I
have
said you
reaction.
spun around and saw it flying towards you, so you can.
Oh, okay, cool. I thought it was catching me from behind. I will use a key point to.
You don't
You
need
can
to
use
use
it
it
to
to
catch
catch
it.
Oh,
point
I will.
is
For,
for
for, I'll use
yeah.
my reaction then to
Try and reduce.
yeah, do that. deflect missile.
Holy moly.
21.
What?
You catch this arrow before it can hit you as you see deadly poison dripping off of it. It would have been bad. I felt like, you know what? It doesn't make sense to roll it first because that would have messed up your damage threshold. As you see,
Thank you for saying something.
You want to throw it back?
as you look past the shaft of this arrow and up, as standing up off of this
Yeah,
cliff
yeah.
face, looking you in the eye and going, "Hey, remember me? It's Ron. It's good to see you, kid."
Who?
Ron.
You look and you see.
Who's Ron?
You look and you see Larry Talon, who had presented.
Oh, I remember.
That was his fake name.
Yes.
Good to see you, kid. Put that down before you hurt yourself.
Sure thing.
Sure. What's your range on a thrown monk weapon?
24.
20. I think it's 2060.
I think you use what the weapon is.
I don't think that makes
No?
any
Okay.
sense.
Oh,
good
no,
question,
no,
guys.
because
I have
bow
it
and
open.
arrow,
This
yeah.
is not.
Is-
It
yeah,
just
yeah,
becomes
no.
a thrown monk
Yeah,
weapon
yeah.
for you.
I have it open here. Yeah.
You have it open?
Deflected. 2060.
2060.
2060.
It's gonna be with disadvantage from here.
That's cool.
How high is the up, Brad? Give me some details.
20
No.
feet? 20, 25 feet? It's not to scale because then I wouldn't be able to see anything from my side of the table.
14.
14's gonna miss. And
How do I get up
he
there?
actually reaches out and snags it before it can fly off the cliff
Is he gonna throw it back?
and says, wanted to try something that hurt more, but, and just takes that same one, knocks it, and you hear this discussion happening behind, and you hear this voice as you, just inside your head, you hear, "Good to see you, kid, remember," and the voice inside your head's going, no, we can't see him again, and you spin and look, facing down the end of a bow goes, "Brother," and looses.
I don't like
It would have been very funny if you stuck it into Reg, but alas.
Yeah. Despite having run them down with horses, I don't want them to think I'm actively trying to kill them.
It's a natural 20.
No.
Can I duck?
You may not.
Okay.
You may not die.
Does he happen to have like a negative modifier? Or...
Incorrect.
All right. Can I turn invisible?
Nope.
Nope. All right.
Okay.
This
Make a
is-
Constitution save for me, please.
Don't.
Can I choose
Don't
to
roll low.
succeed instead?
I wanna say no.
appeal resistance.
Oh, thank the Lord Jesus and any other gods that we pray and believe in. But this is a 23 Constitution.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it is, Brad.
That is great because you do take 16 points of piercing damage as this arrow just same spot that he stabbed you in the stomach those years ago when he caught you. And he goes, "Time's up, baby brother." But you, the voice in your head's going, no, and it goes from fear to no, not like this. And you fight off any sort of poison effect that would be happening. But you just look and you see, standing on top of this cliff with the sun behind him, the perfect image of the perfect white cloak, bathing in the glory of the light, is your brother Larry standing atop this cliff.
That bastard.
What are you gonna do, Dirk?
I'm very upset. I twirl, I look at Lior, and there's fear in my eyes. As I see Larry there, just getting like shot with this arrow, like clearly like I just didn't see it coming. And I like turn back to the dragon, and I look at Lior, and I look lost. And I'll just ask, like, what do we do?
Odd. Not what I was expecting from Dirk.
What do we do, best friend?
Come on, best friend.
Come on, bestie.
Protect
Okay.
Paige.
But
Honestly, yes.
Because Tal's not doing it.
Protect
Okay.
Paige.
so I look at Larry, and like I almost take a step towards, and I give him the finger. I'm not gonna do it on camera because it's swear
You
jar.
literally just did.
Well, like I kind of did. That was more like my
That's
hand
crass.
was twitching.
That's
One
crass,
of my
brother.
students do that. They still get in trouble. Especially didn't.
You've fallen so far from the light.
And I'll turn to Tal and say, "Get out of here. He's going to kill you." And I'm going to run this way as I take out my sword. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And I'm going to look at Reg and just say, "We don't have to do this, please. We don't want... Kill him!" And I'll point to my brother on the ridge, but clearly like in a defensive stance, not trying to hit him, trying to plead with him. And as a bonus action... There's no way I'm going to start channeling right now. Like,
Right in front of
Aes
four
Sedai.
Aes Sedai.
Do it now.
But I will take the action to dodge.
You're gonna dodge with your action.
I think I'm gonna dodge with my action because
Okay.
if I hold an action, does that take my reaction?
It
takes
does,
my reaction,
yeah.
and I think I need my reaction. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. I'll let you bonus action make like a persuasion check if you want on Reg.
I kind of do. I really would just want him to stand down and know that like we're not the threat here. I hate it so much.
So close to being good.
It was like a 4.
He goes, "Sorry, kid. I gotta protect my people."
Can you give me an idea of what he looks like?
Reg is wearing.
I went to the wrong person. I went to this dude. He's not Reg.
Yes, he is not Reg.
But I'm protecting Paige.
Reg, you're protecting Paige. Reg is the one in like the big
Yeah.
suit of armor, like really like Paige. Most warders are like more like nimble people. Reg is wearing like a big FU suit of armor, just a helm on top, no visor down, but is looking cagey, standing in front of Lucille, looking towards
Okay.
the struggling Logain.
And this guy in front of me, he looks ready, like he's charging out with a sword.
Yeah.
He's-
And
okay.
he's got a bit more of a...
Sorry, Brad. It took me a second. I couldn't visualize the scene. It was
That's
my
all right.
own fault.
It's all right.
Okay. I changed. I'm not dodging. I go to set into my dodge position, and Dirk goes, "What the hell am I doing? Get out of here, voice!" And he takes out his sword, and he's going to take an attack against this warder.
Against Zara's warder. Absolutely. Go ahead and roll me an attack.
And I'm going to make it a maneuvering strike.
Okay. What does that mean?
That means, wow, it's a nat 1, so I don't have to do it yet because I definitely miss.
For sure.
But everybody, Dirk has a second attack.
Oh, I feel like I feel like most people get that at level 5.
Yeah, don't worry. It's just my poor multiclassing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. That's much better. 23 to hit.
23 will certainly hit.
And I will make it a maneuvering strike, which means that Paige, as a reaction, can use her movement speed, not provoke any opportunity attacks, and get the fuck out of there if she wants to.
Certainly. If you want to use your reaction, you can do that.
I am going to hit with a D8. And
But you have to
another-
decide now.
Yeah.
You can roll your damage, but you have to decide while he's doing this.
So
Paige is not. Paige is gonna stay.
Paige is gonna stay.
Paige is gonna get to the edge of the cart.
Oh yeah, I get in trouble for putting Paige in the middle.
16. I know. That now it's all
I
her.
can't believe that
No.
balances.
If we hadn't attacked, I would have been able to do something. But I
I'll just yell,
indeed.
like as I go to strike, I'll be like, "Paige, get out of here!" And I'll strike out, and I did 10 plus 6, so 16 damage.
16 damage, not an insignificant hit, as you go and you reach out and strike this man who's just staring at you and turns around and like,
And that'll be my turn.
I would like to, if I will,
okay, you want to use your appeal?
please.
Absolutely.
I'd kind of like to pop my head out from where I'm hiding, around Paige's ankles, I imagine, and look over at the sisters and say, now is not the time. If we fall to the White Cloaks, they'll never let you keep your prize.
Okay, who are you trying to appeal to? You can't do like the collective all four of them.
Can I see which one might be open to the... I've heard Paige talk about
You've heard
Lucille,
heard
right?
Paige talk about Lucille. You've seen Lucille waving over at Paige throughout camp. You know Lucille's the one with the red hair.
So then I'll appeal to Lucille.
Absolutely. Appeal to Lucille. It's got a nice
Appeal to
ring.
Lucille.
Roll a persuasion check.
I'm losing my mind.
No.
No what?
No. I got a 3.
A 3. She's going, "It's a fair bit complicated, child. You best get out of here. Now! Get out!" And is still focusing her attention on Logain. That's going to bring us to next in the initiative order. This man who you have just stabbed down at with the sword goes like a, "Keep your nose out of this," and just goes from defending the women to spinning around on you and taking 2 strikes with a
hurts.
similar
It all hurts.
blade. It's another nat 20 on the first one.
What is happening?
TPK. TPK.
Bradley, is it possible that my hands are up at this point? Just
You can do that. Yeah, I'd say
Bradley?
raising your hands is a free action.
Is it possible I'm being played for a fool here? 2 nat 20s?
It rolled so close to being on like a 2, and then it. I rolled Brad wise on the damage though, so that's gonna be 8 points
Still
of
too much.
damage. Still too much,
Still
and
too
takes a second strike at you. Jesus Christ, 22 to hit.
Yeah, Brad. It hits. Don't
Okay.
worry about it, Brad.
I don't know. Sometimes you have things.
I know.
that-
So I don't worry about it, Brad. Okay, should have
and-
dodged.
And that one does 5 points of damage to you. As he just first gives you like a slight slash and then stabs into your thigh a little bit and presses in and goes, "This is much bigger than you."
That's what she said. Okay.
Make an intimidation check.
terrifying.
Yeah, I won't use any appeal here. That just hurt a lot.
Give me an insight check.
It hurt a lot. Hey, 20.
Reg looks totally composed. This guy looks big mad.
Big mad. Big mad. Big vibes. All right. Well, I did cut him. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. That's going to be the end of his turn, and he just stands there protecting Zera.
He does not advance on Logain.
He does not advance on Logain. There is an imminent threat right next to his Aes Sedai. He's not
Okay.
going to move.
Okay.
That's going to be your turn, Lior.
So Lior's gonna have closed his eyes when he saw the Aes Sedai, and he's gonna start to hum, and then he hears it, and he opens his eyes and see Dirk with an arrow in his gut, and diplomacy's gonna go out the window,
Oh, yes.
and he's gonna turn to Larry, and remember the second promise he made Dirk, not to be the one to put him down, but that if his brother comes, he'll have to go through Lior first. So Lior's going to start running for the cliff face.
Nice. Nice.
Get my boy Lior on the case.
5,
He got nothing, Larry.
15, 20, 25.
Okay, wait. Can I? He's right there, right?
Yeah.
20 feet up. 20
I'm
feet
going
up.
there, and I'm going to bonus action rage, and use
Oh yes.
Jump from.
instinctive pounce.
Yeah.
At 7th level, as part of a bonus action you take to enter your rage, you can move up to half your speed. And so Lior is just gonna start climbing it like a mountain lion, just
Like double it.
yeah, just bounding up the hill.
Ooh. What's your movement speed?
So I have 40, and then half is gonna be 20. So I have how much left?
You got to
You have
25
15.
there.
Yeah.
You have 15 plus 20 is 35 feet, which
I'm gonna say you can get up there with that.
Yes.
Give me an athletics check, but you're raging.
yeah.
So sick.
Lior.
God, it's a 9. It's a 18. 18.
Oh, man.
That's gonna do it. That's gonna do it. You first slip your hand and then just get and just swing your hammer in, create a handhold for yourself, and get up top as smiling there, and then turning around, like all startled, is Larry. He goes, "Dirk, friend."
He is no longer your family. He's ours. And I'm gonna just take my my maul to him.
Whack this wall.
I'm not. Ooh. Oh, do I go frenzied? Do I
Knock
go
him off the
frenzied?
cliff.
Wait.
Do it.
I know. I'm going frenzied. I'm going frenzied. I'm going frenzied.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna recklessly attack him.
Okay.
I'm gonna do the first one. No great weapon master.
You have great
Okay.
weapon master now?
Great weapon master.
He
now.
does.
So
It's great because it gives him a chance to miss me.
I'm gonna test the waters on this. Okay, that's 8, so that's 19 to hit.
19 will hit.
Whoa. Okay, so I'm gonna roll the damage on that. Not great. 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage, sure thing.
And I'm gonna let the rage carry me. So this time the second blow is gonna be Great Weapon Master.
Reckless Great Weapon Master. What a combo.
Did you
Sorry?
did you crusher feed him or anything, or was there a?
Not yet.
Okay.
This one will crush his soul. No, it's a. So that's so wait. I get a +8 -5, so it's +3. It's a 20 to dirty 20.
20 will also hit.
So. Oh, and that's good. That's.
+10.
So that's 28 points of damage.
On a normal hit?
Yeah. With a Great Weapon Master, I rolled 11
So
+7.
just way
plus
better
10.
than the first hit.
Yeah.
Wow. And the first one, he just sort of like glances aside,
Yeah.
like sort of just like knocks into you and makes it a glancing blow by hitting you in the leg with his bow.
Yeah.
But that leaves him open to another strike as you just and crash him down onto his shoulder as he's like staggering up, looking at you. He's like, I should have known that my brother would make terrible friends.
Yeah. I have no movement left, so I'm actually not going to crusher him away. I'm going to keep him in my zone.
Okay.
My man. Big blows.
Insane.
Do you have a third attack for
Insane.
Frenzied?
Not on the first turn I rage.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That's crazy. That's your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn.
From the distance you hear the clashing sounds of combat and men going and you just hear Sam going, Tao! Tao! And is just yelling but keeping his eyes out there from back there.
Has he told me whether or not it's White Cloaks?
No. No, he
Okay.
hasn't said white cloaks.
I'm assuming it's White Cloaks because Ron showed up.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay. That is going to take us. That's the end of your turn? Mm-hmm. Great. That is going to take us to the circle.
Oh no.
As they begin to act.
Oh no.
And,
Are they concentrating, Brad? They don't have a turn. Obviously.
interesting how when you guys are concentrating, you do have turns. Just look over, and Lucille spins around, panicked, and looks at you and goes, Cash, you've got to get out of here. This isn't a good place for you. This is dangerous.
Can I respond to that?
You can.
I'm here for all our sakes. Are you working with White Cloaks? Have we gone mad?
No! We're all on the same side. Are you on our side?
Of course I'm on your side. Lucille.
And...
Sister.
Oh, good save. Good save. I need you to go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw for me, please. And you may do so with advantage.
Because she doesn't actually want to hurt you.
That's an 18.
Wait. That does just pass.
Oh my god.
God.
As you can see, just like briefly redirecting the flow of this as a little bit of she's looking at you pleadingly like, are you on our side? Cash, please tell me. And you just have this memory of, you gotta know, little one, that I'm on your side. I want this to work out well for you. But that memory shakes away and you resist the charm person spell. And she just spins around and looks back their way. That's the end of her
But
turn.
you would still see her channeling against you, right?
I would know that she
You would see that she redirected some of the flow of spirit over towards you and tried to channel against you.
Okay.
That's the end of her turn.
Cash will put down her hands, looking at Lucille.
Okay.
Is it my turn?
No, it's not your turn.
Oh, that would have been nice.
I'm gonna say that she knows that the spell didn't take hold, though. This isn't something you can like play or act around. She knows how it feels.
I think Paige is lowering her hands in disappointment. And her sister channeled against her.
That is going to be then Loghain's turn.
Dirk's never channeled against.
Loghain just turns around, turns around, staggering, and looks over at you guys, and he goes, "I can't hold them off forever. They're killing me."
Okay.
You can't see any of the weaves that are happening. Give me an Arcana check. You can use your spellcasting modifier for this.
It's gonna be 16.
A 16. You could see this is textbook. What they're trying to do is drive a shield of spirit in between a man who can channel and the power. You could see that they are forcing the shield very hard.
Okay.
As Amelie is seeming to take the lead on this.
Okay. That's Amelie's take. Okay.
That's the end of Loghain's turn. Next is Reginald. Captain. Yeah.
Before Reg goes, if
Yeah,
you
what's
don't
up?
mind, I will use my appeal
Yes.
to shout at Loghain and go, how do I stop them? How do I help you?
Hurt them.
And I'll kind of like sorrowfully look at Reg and the warder, but then like steel myself.
Yeah. And Reg sees this interaction and looks at you and goes, do you want to tie some sort of check to this, because that is what I was giving everyone for their appeal, or you can hold off and do that again later.
At the moment, no.
Okay, so you can pull that later when you
Yeah.
want to make a check. But Reginald looks at you and goes, "Just put down your weapons, son. This doesn't have to end in death." And Reg is just going to take a step in front of Lucille, heft his weapon, and look at the warder next to him with a bit of a wild look in his eyes. Goes, "We're following protocol here, right?" And is just gonna wait as he just stands in front of Lucille a little bit.
Good guy, Reg. Not taking any action. Making me look real bad.
Maybe he's got a ready to action. That now is the turn of one Paige Miri Bundle Nuru.
Paige has put her arms down and looks back at Larry on the cliff and says, loudly but calmly, "I see we have drifted from the light, have we? Gone and broken our own oaths, have we?" And Paige will reach up with one hand and can I bonus action cast Lightning Lure using a quicken the spell?
Yes, you can.
And I'm gonna go get Amelie.
Okay. What does she have to do?
She has to. I don't know.
I think a strength.
No idea.
I
might
think
be
it's a
strength.
strength. Yeah.
In this fight.
That's not great for the wizards.
Really bad.
It's not going to do it.
We're about to write. What?
Lightning
What does that
lure.
mean?
So I'm going to grab her,
Doesn't
Yeah.
save if it's strength.
and yeah, it has to be a strength saving throw,
Not going to do it at an 8-1.
and be pulled 10 feet towards me in a straight line.
Yeah.
And takes 2d8 damage.
Absolutely.
So here's
Never seen Zach more excited.
1, 2.
Yes.
Yeah. That's going to be 10 lightning damage.
Oof, okay.
Nice.
Did I have to make a concentration check on something?
That's so interesting that you would ask that. You see, as the pull definitely affects, but as these vices of crackling air and fire and a bit of earth do wind their way around her, you see that none of it really takes hold.
Okay.
You see that there is like a force around her of spirit that takes this damage for her.
And as she lets go of her hand, she's going to say, I never expected my very own sisters to turn on me, but I guess here we are. And I'm gonna slam my hands down on the cart, and the cart is gonna crackle, and you're gonna see like like embers after a piece of wood starts to char. It's gonna pop off the cart as it makes its way down, and then a wall of fire is going to erupt in front, right on the line,
I don't have
carving on
anything
the
for
ice.
that. I should have had something for that.
Oh my god!
Mark-
Who knew he could do that?
I'm gonna line up all my red dice. What's the what's the distance?
You could use
The
my
distance
red dice here, too.
is.
Are you gonna
It's like a
wall it or ring it?
60-foot wall or something.
I'm going to ring it around to keep them all trapped against the wall.
Okay. And when you say all,
I want.
Including the warders?
No, I'm going to leave the. Unfortunately, the horse is gonna go.
Buy a horsey.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. The only warder that will remain will be the one that
This guy's
Dirk
lucky,
is dueling.
Yeah. You can use mine too if you need.
and Reg is captured as well.
Yes, Reg is captured as well.
That is,
That's such a cool
they are in
move.
trouble.
Oh my god.
Cool move.
That is between a rock and a
We've
hot
been,
place.
well, I was gonna say, we've been watching Paige play this entire game with one hand tied behind her back.
Amazing.
22 sessions to
Okay.
break that wall of fire. Oh.
First, give me an insight check as you have yelled this out and looked at Amelie.
18.
18.
Yeah.
You look, and Amelie just looks at you and goes,
I subtle cast it, by the way. This is. I didn't want to risk anything.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I have used the points and everything.
okay, that's fine. It wasn't her going to counter you. It was,
Okay, perfect.
The insight check was, as you said, some of us are breaking our oaths, aren't
Yeah.
you? And you pulled her close and said, and she's looking at you with like surprise as she's trying to concentrate on Logain, and you say, I never thought it would be my own sisters turning against me. And she's going, and her face just drops and smirks as the wall of fire surrounds her, cutting you off from her.
You have family issues.
You're telling me.
But you're trying to, are you trying to cut them off, or are you trying to hit them with the fire as well?
I believe as I
emanates.
set it up, it emanates inside. I can read it because I've never done this really much. You create a wall of fire on a solid surface within range.
So,
of the floor.
so when you create it and it appears, each creature in its area must make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
But on one side of the wall, when you cast it, will deal 5d8 fire damage to each creature that ends its turn within 10 feet of that side or inside. the
Yeah.
wall.
So you
Okay.
choose outside or inside.
So no, I'm gonna cast it right on them to deal as much damage to them immediately as possible.
Insane. Okay, I gotta make a lot of dex saves here. That's wild. I'm looking for my 4th d20.
I'm buzzing right now. I'm just gonna describe some of the. No, I'll wait till you're done. Sorry.
Describe things.
No.
Yeah, describe it. I got some to do.
Paige is going to jump down, smelling of singed hair. Say, Tal, get him down here now. As I point to Larry, and I'm going to walk over.
Lior, get Larry down here now.
I go from the overhead to the driver.
And I'm going to turn around and put my hand on your shoulder and say, friend, send him back to his people. As I point to the overzealous.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead and roll your damage.
I'm not strength based.
that's
I can't do that.
I command you to walk. Could I have 2d8s, please?
man.
That's a crazy move.
I gave you a middle of the road roll.
That's a 26.
That's a great roll. Nice.
26, that's a huge roll. You hear a bunch of screaming. You see last second as Lucille sees what you're about to do, goes, no, cash, and tries to get you at the last second, but does turn herself away to avoid taking the worst of it. A lot of people did take the worst of it. I didn't roll super well. So that was 26, you said?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And okay. You see that you can't really see anything beyond this wall that has just erupted. And Larry on the cliff just turns and goes, "Witch." But you do see Logain go, and just sort of like reach his hand further down. It looks like the binds that were like holding him like this are a little bit looser, and he's starting to snarl a little bit. Crazy. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes, that's the end of my turn.
Okay, awesome. That's a concentration effect?
Yes.
Okay, great. Within the wall, you just turn around and you see the warder spin around and like shield his eyes that's engaged with you and turn around and go like, "Zira!" And just trying to look through and can't, and you just hear like a scream from the other side.
Go chase her in.
He might.
Yeah, you know what?
No, he wouldn't.
He does not do that because it's not his turn. But
And also running into fire.
He would. He's a warder.
Run into fire to grab her to come out of fire.
It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of fire.
pretty cool.
Hey, just run out.
It's pretty cool.
I can't protect you from the fire damage. Oh, that's fair. Do it, Brad.
I don't know that you see anything that happens in here.
You don't.
Damn it. You don't see. You just hear one. As you hear a couple of clop, 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 clop. We're gonna say that the horse moves like here. It's too much for me to move it. Like the horse is gonna move out.
On his tippy toes.
You just hear someone scream like, "Make her bleed," from inside. I'm not going to cheese you and say there's actually a lane that they could. No, there's. What's the length of the wall? 60 feet.
60 feet. Yeah.
So they're not getting out of there like that. But you can assume by the fact that you aren't hearing active sizzling that there has been a retreat from the face of the wall.
Okay.
Yeah, they can huddle up in. I don't know how big it is, but I assume they have the space. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. I love what you've done with the place.
Redecorated.
Interesting. That is going to take us, and you just hear, "Get them!" From inside. It's going to bring us back to the top of the order as running back your direction, Sammy's going, Focus up! The forest!
I'm looking at the forest.
It's, you're hearing less screaming, and you are not seeing anything as Sammy is just running back towards you at his maximum speed. He's gonna dash back into your area and, like, skid on the wet, like, rock ground in the middle of that path and just go, "We have company!" And looking a little bit at the wall of fire, and you see, like, shakes his head really quick, like, get that memory out of my mind, and just squares up and goes, "Get ready, it's bad."
It's bad. It's always bad.
That is the end of Sammy's turn.
Really bad.
And it is the start of Tal's turn.
Tal's gonna point to.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold
That's
on
cool.
a second.
Tal's gonna take back the point.
Okay. The wall fades out as singed looking at you is Amelie. Now this shield reformed around her, going, "That was a mistake, sister. The Mistress of Novices is not gonna like this one bit." Leading to, that is her turn. It's going to bring us to Maya Sadai's turn, who just turns very matter-of-factly. No, I didn't like that at all. Thank you. Oh, that's how much damage. Just very matter-of-fact. That was rather rude. No. This won't stand. And she is going to stride up next to you.
Oh no. Don't do that. Don't do the bad thing.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh no. Can I take an opportunity attack?
Absolutely not. Is going to stride up next to you, Paige, and just go, no, this isn't how we do things in the tower, child. And just go and reach out to touch you.
Is there a rolled attack coming?
There is a roll of attack coming. I had to double check that.
I see the roll of the attack coming.
Mm-hmm.
And as my fighting style, I can use my shield to give disadvantage to an attack that is attacking an adjacent creature, I believe.
You certainly can.
I will use my reaction to do that and give her disadvantage.
Okay. That lowers it. Let me just double check. That lowers it from a 25 to a 15. What is your armor class?
I'm going to cast Shield.
Ooh.
And it's going to look like an insulated glove, just like with power over it. Going to grab her wrist as her hand reaches out and say, "Tell me, sister, how is it done in the tower?"
And as you cast your shield and you say, "How is it done in the tower?" She just very absently waves a hand, counterspells, and says, "Like this."
Oh. And like I go to nod and go like, "We did it," and then all of a sudden like she still touches you, and I'm like, "What?"
As
And I'm going to say, not exactly, as it rings in her ears as I counterspell her counterspell.
I think you only have one reaction.
did
though.
you use your
Did I use it?
reaction?
To what?
Oh, to
Shield.
cast Shield.
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
I'm so sorry.
I was waiting for it. No, thank you.
And as you say this, she just grips your wrist tighter and goes, "Like what? I'm waiting.
You've
Tell
much
me
to learn."
exactly how it works." And is getting angry and animated from this stoic face.
You've come so far, Tamea.
Doesn't deal a ton of damage. Deals 10 points of necrotic damage to you as this energy seeps like the blood from your body and like as water in a spot where there's one nick and just water pouring out of your body and covering the burn mark on her face as she looks at you, calm and composed, and goes, "You could do so much more with the power if you paid attention during your lessons."
She has a point. My confidence is a bit shot, but coming
yes.
back.
And you see with this, Logain breaks another step free. But that is now going to take us to your turn. Sorry, I forgot all of the things I had, so I had to get a little timey-wimey.
That's cool. Logain's broken a little bit free.
Yes.
Have I gotten the impression that the person addressing Paige right now has dropped their concentration on Logain?
I don't think you would know that.
I wouldn't know that.
No. You just saw her grab Paige's wrist and turn it like an angry mom, and Paige started bleeding.
Yeah. So I'm gonna look up at Lior and be like, "You got him, right?"
Yes, he's got me.
He says in a frenzy. Yes!
Cool. And I'm going to low 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 up beside Paige.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna say, "Sisters treat each other better." Boom.
Sure.
Yes.
I love it.
Sure.
That's good.
Dirty 20.
Yeah, that'll hit. That'll hit. If she had her reaction, she could have stopped it. Actually, no, she couldn't have.
Dirty 20 again.
Oh my
Those will
gosh.
both hit, believe it or not.
Bang, bang.
She goes, "Oh, cute. Is this your war?"
That's good.
Sorry. So 9 points for the first one,
Okay.
and then
Looking pretty messed up.
7 points for the next one.
Woo! Looking pretty messed up.
And I would... How messed up?
Looking starting to stagger.
Okay. So then I'd have liked to make that second one a stunning strike.
Sure. Con save.
Yeah.
I forsook the spicy man and it betrayed and it came back on me. That's a failure.
Cool. All right. So she's... I don't know if you're stunned, if you can continue focusing on a spell. I don't know if that's a thing.
I don't think that's the case. I'll double check on my screen. I've got it.
Yeah.
It actually doesn't say.
It just says incapacitated. I think.
Incapacitated. Yeah. Well, that I feel like incapacitated
Is another condition.
Yeah. I'll look it up.
We'll get her there, don't worry. Persevere.
You lose concentration on a spell if you're incapacitated or if you die.
Great. You see that this bond that she was holding with you and your life force, as she, and just is making wide eyes, but can't otherwise move or do anything.
And I'll hit her again with my bonus action.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Go ahead and roll your damage.
Oh,
14 points of damage.
Describe how you take her out.
First hit to the jaw, second hit to the stomach, and then final hit non-lethally
Okay.
thank the Lord.
as a nap tap to the temple.
Sure. And as you do that final, knock her stunned and just angry eyes, not staring at you, like not being able to defend herself against you, just stares at you. And give me an insight check.
Yeah. It's a 13.
The look has moved beyond reproach to murder. And you just tap her, and from behind, Lucille just goes, "No!" But the other two don't say anything. They just look over and refocus back on the rest of you.
Can I insight check the fact that Lucille's the only one who doesn't seem to be...
I appeal.
You can use your appeal if you want at the end of your own turn. I'll totally allow that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure, because Tal's trying to put the pieces together.
sure.
11.
Do you want to make that appeal a conversational thing? Because that's what I'm offering everybody.
Yeah. I'll look at Lucille and I'll say, why are you the only one who seems to care about Paige?
I found her. She's my girl. And the other two are going. Amelie's going, "We have a job to do here, Lucille." She goes, and what you're reading with an 11 is that Lucille is just so scrambled and torn between seeing Paige now opposed with them, but Paige cast this giant wall of fire on all of them. Now they're going out and attacking each other. It's just this very confusing situation for Lucille.
So the last thing I would have wanted to add to that is they are actively betraying her, not the other way around.
This isn't a betrayal. This is what the tower's supposed to be. We're supposed to stop. And it's just like overwhelmed and scrambling mentally.
Cool.
But you can see very much scrambling mentally is the vibe. Okay. That's the end of your turn.
I'm doing, scooch back.
Can I appeal that?
You can make an appeal, yeah. We can stack some appeals.
If possible, I'm going to pull out the spear and I'm going to say, "Our oaths, Lucille. Some of us here, as I'm staring right at Amelie, have broken our oaths.
Okay.
What are we worth without them?" And I will point the spear at Amelie.
Make a persuasion or intimidation check.
I'd like it persuasion.
Great.
Oh, I want both, but okay.
With
No, no.
advantage because he used the spear.
Absolutely not. The Spear of Truth.
It's a 17.
17. A 17's gonna do it. You see that Amelie looks over and just that same stupid sneer is on her face. It's not like she's always been a very calm individual, level-headed, but that like, no, we have a job to do is now just. And she's just laughing a little bit, and Lucille's looking at her, perplexed. I would say, yeah.
Perfect.
Great. That is your appeal. That takes us back to my boy, Larry Boy, who atop this cliff underneath you is just going to say, I think I'll pass, and use an action to disengage.
Okay.
You can run, but you can't hide.
I'm actually pretty good at hiding, so
Lior's coming for you, Larry.
Oh, shoot.
just going to hop off of here.
He's gonna hop off of there.
He's gonna roll off of there, and I'm gonna do a roll for that after. Settle down. I'm far away from my dice.
Well, I was actually also like, he's on my level now.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I've been trying to subtly tell Martin, stop rolling the red dice.
It's the one that calibrated best.
Then you need to switch it up. This one calibrated best initially, but then it betrayed me twice. So then I switched to this one, I got a nat 20.
Did I see any of that?
I don't know when to change.
Make me a perception check with disadvantage.
Okay. Can I use my check that I didn't use before to make it without disadvantage?
What?
Remember that check that you're like,
No.
It's not the kind of check he was talking about.
double fives.
Incredible. With a 55, you don't see this happen.
That's fair.
But he just rolls down here and scoots over that way. Sort of trips up a little bit on the ground as he goes, and just runs back there. And Lior, you see that he's like knocking another arrow. And once he gets back there, he just crouches, and you lose him behind the mountain, or the snowdrift.
Yeah.
That is going to be the end of his turn. Dirk.
Yeah, so not having seen Larry, I'll just like yell out and be like, hold on, Lior, I'm coming. And I'm going to
Oh, no, go ahead. Sorry. stupid.
shift into turbo like a Power Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing I'm going to do is say, we can't hold back anymore. We really can't. I lost like half my health in that first round. It was really bad.
If you don't focus up now, we're both doomed.
Shut up, I'm trying.
Do something about it.
And I'm going to remember how, not the dragon looked, but how John looked. And I just start focusing on like, if he can do it, I can do it. If he can do it, I can do it. And like I start trying to shift my image. And I don't know how he did it. Maybe with air, maybe with spirit a little bit. But I'm going to channel and create 3 duplicates of Dirk that like look really frail. Like one's like an old man and like one's like younger, but they're like overlaid on myself, and
Yeah.
it's mirror image.
Just this strange shimmering and flickering field of like, and whereas John's were like clean and it made it just look like he was sort of like vibrating in the space around him. Dirk's just figuring this out from having seen it in a stressful situation, and as the warder sort of like takes a step back from in front of him, as like the different mirror images of him are like either like just hanging back or like
And
like
yeah, and I'll
up in
just
your
pull
face.
out my sword and say, don't have time for this. And I'm going to bonus action start that sizzling feeling that I love, that heat. And I'm going to channel the gift of the chromatic false dragon as just steam starts coming. My sword starts lighting up in steam. And I'm going to action surge and
Oh,
take
wow.
some slices off of this mofo.
Put some shrimp on the Barbie. But do roll a d20 for me.
A regular d20 is a 6.
A 6, okay.
Now I'm not using that one anymore.
Careful. Careful.
I said needs more, and I'm gonna make that attack. It's 17 plus 7.
That'll hit.
Yay! Yeah, we're dumping a smite into this. And just as I go in, it just flashes
Do
with
it,
that
smite me.
fire.
Smite me! Smite me! Do it!
So we're gonna do that. So
I bet you won't smite me, cow. Oh!
and I'm gonna make it a.
Do you have to declare that beforehand?
No, on a hit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it a trip attack.
Sure.
So he's gonna have to make a strength save for me, please.
Great. Fails.
Nice. Okay, he will fall prone.
This is a nimble man. This is not a strong man.
Oh yes. So first D8 is going to be 6 plus 6 is 12.
Okay, 12 points of damage. Very nice.
And then it's going to be 10 radiant damage.
Yikes. Okay.
And then it's going to be. I lied to you. I don't know why I rolled that. No, we're good. Oh. 2 fire damage.
That was like a really cute dink into the thing.
It was.
Cool. Yeah, and you do this, and like fire emerges and knocks him to the ground, and he just like lying on his back spits up at you.
Yeah, and like I'm hoping it doesn't even get to me. Like sizzles out as like the flames start increasing, and I'm gonna take a slice down as he's prone with advantage.
Sure.
Because I have 2 attacks now, everybody. 23.
23 will hit.
And Brad, in case you weren't aware, I'm gonna smite again.
I can't believe you would smite on me
you know-
twice.
Twice.
Consider me smitten.
Smitten. So we're gonna do D8 for 2d8 for D8 for the long sword, not a maneuver, so it's only 1d8. So 7 slashing damage,
7 slashing damage. Okay.
3 fire damage,
Okay.
and 2d8 for the smite is 8 radiant damage.
Looking unbelievably messed up as he's lying on the ground, and he spits up at you and goes, "It's too late now. He knows your name."
Oh, God.
Okay. Dirk hears that, and he's like, "Who the hell are you talking?" And then it clicks, and it's like he, the big he, the dark one he, like he. Yeah, I think that's a he. I was gonna walk away from this dude. Yeah, and I'm gonna turn back and go. They follow the dark one, and he's gonna be prone, and I'm gonna just chill there as I turn to Tal and say, "Get out of here." And that's going to be the end of my turn.
Okay, that's the end of your turn.
Just clicked.
That's the end of your turn. Do you want to make "They Follow the Dark One" to be your appeal in any sort of way? And to whom?
The appeal is going to be really to kind of to Lucille, like most likely to them, to my friends.
Sure.
But like, I want anybody who's sympathetic to be like, "Hey, like, they are not on your side."
Okay.
Right? Like,
Yeah, make a persuasion check.
3. 5.
Our persuasion checks suck, guys.
This is why we fight. 'Cause
I
I
built
can't
it.
win anymore.
Lucille.
I was trying to
This
give you guys a
why.
cool mechanic check, but Lucille just goes, "I don't think I heard what he said, so your words seem out of nowhere."
What a funny accent that guy.
You see Reg looking at this guy on the ground, spitting up angrily at you, looking at him and sort of screwing up his face a little bit.
Come on, Rick.
That's going to be the end of your turn.
Yeah, it's the end of my turn.
Amazing.
You're on the ground, okay? I know you're gonna get right back up, but you're on the ground.
Yeah, it's literally my turn right now, so you could put me back up.
And Reg is Lucille's.
Reg is
right?
Lucille's warder, yeah.
And this guy is whose warder?
Zara's, the green cape, the green...
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't kill her. We didn't kill his Aes Sedai.
And he just looks up at you and goes, "The secret dies with you."
She said that?
He says, yeah. Using a bonus action, gets like just a little bit beefier, and also gives himself a little bit of a fury on his attacks towards you.
Like a rage.
Actually, no, like a samurai.
He gets +5 temporary hit points.
That's absolutely correct. The first attack I don't believe will hit with a 17.
No, just misses as I'm able to bring the shield up at the last.
And the second attack I think will hit with a 23.
A 23 will hit.
And he just...
I'm so sorry. Why am I rolling a d6? As it would hit, it's going to hit one of my duplicates instead.
Indeed, it will hit one of your duplicates instead. As just reaches out and goes, what? And totally whiffs on you and misses.
That's good.
Yep. And, I ordered that wrong. Oh well, he should have done a movement before that, but now he can't use his skirmisher feature, so he's just gonna stay up in your biz.
Yeah, no worries.
Actually, no, he's gonna try and back up to Zera. You could take an up. Did you use your reaction already?
I don't think I have, but I'm not going to.
Okay, he's just
I'll
gonna
let him
back up and
retreat.
stand in front
I'll
of
let,
Zera.
I'll let him retreat.
In front of the green Aes Sedai.
Are you letting him retreat now, Paige?
I don't have
I was
a
gonna say
reaction.
I don't think I.
Yeah, Paige doesn't have a reaction. Lior, that is your turn.
They're all so far away.
Yeah, we really are.
Now, Lior, I think Lior, for the first time,
Standing over, surveying.
he's in the past, he has fought the rage and then succumbed to the rage. And now he's not doing either of those things. He is just accepting the rage. Realizing that this is who he is.
Your therapist would be very proud.
And I'm going to, like a bloodhound with the scent, I'm going to chase after the one who ran away. So I'm going to jump down.
Over here? I bet. Okay, cool.
As close as I can get. I need every 5 feet of movement.
Just make a dex save for me real quick.
Do your
Do I have
knees
reckless?
break?
No, do I have danger,
Danger sense, yeah, you absolutely do. The effect is the ground.
Cool. You're good.
You see,
19.
you see it coming.
Yeah.
Like a bloodhound with the scent.
15.
Just face plants.
I forgot bloodhounds can't jump.
He is actually closer to the other end of that. He got like out of view. You're good. You're good.
Booped it.
And as you round the corner, he's just looking at the forest with open eyes, and then spins and looks at you. And you look and you see a fear that was there before you came into view.
Do I have the chance to look? Would that require my action, or would that...
Give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's cocked. It was...
Check.
It was
check.
double nut. 1 second, I didn't even touch it.
I think you're shaking.
Oh, you just knocked it straight.
It's a 2.
Oh, it was so close. You through the haze of battle, all you hear is more battle.
Larry, I only have eyes for you.
So how much of his movement did it take to jump down?
He was there.
None.
Yeah, not much.
This is 5.
Because so you've moved
drop.
30 feet. How
okay,
much
okay.
distance do you have?
10 more.
I only have 10 more.
Okay. Do you want to get 10 feet closer?
Yeah. I'm going to... Well, I don't have anything I can throw.
Unless you improvise something, but that's it.
10.
No, I think I'm going to dash and close the distance on him.
Can
Okay.
you bonus action attack even if you haven't used your action to attack?
It
No.
requires... Yeah, both, yeah.
Okay,
So
but
you're
you
gonna
make it there.
Yeah.
Dash
so I'm gonna,
time?
Do you dash?
Yeah, I'm going to
Yeah,
dash,
okay.
yeah.
Dash up to him and just get in his space.
Yeah.
And he stands over you and goes, "Quiet,
Where do you think you're going? We're not done yet.
quiet." And he's trying to push himself back into the snowdrift.
Someone's
I
here.
guess Lior doesn't get what he's talking about.
Did Sammy ever tell me what was at the back?
No, he
No.
just
Lior's, it's like a weird thing where it's like Lior goes expecting a fight and the guy's like, shut up. And it's just like,
Sammy would have come screaming back. He's like, "I can't see it. It's the men aren't yelling anymore." And is just coming back, just hearing the sound of his army being destroyed. Basically, is what he was able to grasp.
That's not what I understood. Oh.
Well, I don't think we had much to go on.
You
It
didn't
was-
have
yeah.
too much to go off of, but he wasn't giving you like a, "This is who is in back of us."
It's
He's
just
like,
like,
"I don't
this
know
is
what's
bad."
coming. We've got company."
Yeah.
danger.
Also, did Lior just spend a full turn not getting hit and not attacking?
I think so. Well, since my, like, I attacked,
It's a
so I think
full-
it's until...
it's a round,
If I
yeah.
don't
Okay.
get anything until my next turn, then I lose rage.
Yeah.
Which is no bueno.
That's no bueno. That's no bueno.
Is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn.
As he's going, quiet, and trying.
Can I roll an insight check as my
Sure.
appeal?
You totally can, yeah.
Okay. Why is this dude
Freaking out.
Freaking out. I know I'm scary, but this doesn't seem to be. This is 25.
An insight check of 25.
Yeah.
You would think rationally that you would be the scariest thing in his mind right now, having just
Damn right.
destroyed Larry and come running over here. But here, even as you come up into his space, that is not his primary concern. What, if anything, do the children of the light fear? But shadow. As from the forest, you just see these shapes that were skirmishing begin to solidify themselves as pounding out of the woods are a pod of Trollocs, as everyone on the battlefield sort of like spins around and like, what? Logain's eyes widen. The Lucille shrieks. Sammy just goes, oh shit.
Swear jar.
I know. I'm gonna put that into the metaphysical swear jar. And from behind them, you see they're running out with like a bit of a frenzy. And from behind them, you see one hand on a sword, one hand pointed out, sliced off at the knuckles.
Oh, it's the same one.
A Fade no longer totally wrapped up in black. A Fade whose cloak is oddly tinged with this floating sort of silver effect, as it looked at you with intelligence previously, but now looks at you, and whereas you could hear words before, the Murdral did very much scream, "Get them, do my bidding." Now it just gives a just this broken croak as it holds a sword out.
I think the worst
facing
part of that was your tongue just half out of your mouth.
That's the only way to make those sounds.
Well, so everybody against the darkness?
As a swarm of Trollocs,
Oh, they're here. Okay, have fun, Lior.
a swarm of Trollocs, let's be fair,
Okay.
and a Fade appear. And the Fade looks at you with a look that almost you could swear says, "I only have eyes for you." But this Fade just unnervingly, it is walking, and just move this.
His sword stabbed Lior.
Already.
It's a bad omen.
Unnervingly, the Fade is just walking, and then a tendril of darkness swoops out from behind its cloak and just sort of like drags him forward and pulls him into your space as this nightmare begins to do its evil
good.
work on you.
I'm good.
Taking 2 swings
I
with
regret those 2 smites.
a sword. First one will miss. The second one will hit with a 25.
Yes, Brad.
I was wondering what you were doing smiting the warder.
Hey, just in case, Just...
Really interesting.
Dirk would have
Really interesting.
Dirk would have smited the wardy,
Okay. It's gonna deal you 12 down to 6 points of slashing damage.
Thank you.
And 6 points of necrotic damage. I need you to make a con saving throw. As this familiar wound that is now pulsing in your chest is just radiating.
A constitution?
A constitution saving throw.
17.
17 passes, so you don't get your hit point reduced, maximum reduced. But it just reaches out and swipes across you, and then its voice is very much just doing a... But then it like sort of rears back and goes... And the Trollocs around it go and look a little bit extra fired up as they are mobilized.
No thanks.
That is going to be the end of the Fade's turn. Bringing us to Lucille. Lucille is going to make an insight check on what you rolled, which was quite good, I think.
It was a 17.
Yeah, so it was like
Darn,
17
you
or
just
18
might
or
feel.
something like that. Lucille's going to make an insight check. And go, What's the meaning of this? What's happened? You... And she looks at Amelie and said, you said to wait for the distraction. How would you know? And just, you see, leaves the link of, that the three Aes Sedai are holding as, the restraint on Logain gets even weaker and he turns around, eyes wide open. And Lucille looks at you and goes, what do I do?
You need to run. Run away.
Blow up the dark ones on your way out. That's okay. They're your people.
Take out the Trollocs.
That's okay. They're your people, Paige. I'll
you
never
know-
forgive you.
Lucille's...
I have very few friends in this
I know.
world,
No, I'm
Dirk.
with you, man.
Thank you.
I'm with you, man.
You know Lucille's capabilities.
3 of them are right here.
It's so
me?
everyone's trying to
Excuse me?
protect the ones they love. Tal's like, Sammy, get out of the way. Dirk's like, Tal, get out of the way. Paige is like, Lucille, get out of the way.
Honestly,
Lior's
You-
like, save me.
So why?
I genuinely just wanted Sammy to tell us what was going on
You
in
know
the back.
Lucille's capabilities, what she is able to do roughly in combat. If you have suggestions of things that she ought to do, she will do her best to try and follow those.
I'm gonna look at Lucille and then look at the other two and say, Lucille, try and keep the dock ones at bay over there.
And she looks and goes, understood.
Stay safe.
Stay safe. Well, guess subtlety's out the window, isn't it? And just turns and shoots a lightning bolt into the center of that Trolloc swarm.
wanted.
All I wanted is to fight with Lucille.
go-
This is so good.
Go ahead and roll 8d6 for me, Martin.
Oh, yes. I'm so happy.
Can I see? How many more?
Yeah.
I need 2 more.
There you go. I've been so confused this entire campaign. I'm so happy. Why are there so many ones?
Tal's gonna say, yes, Reg!
Oh boy.
He goes, I did all of this. What? Looks at you. She just shot lightning, and you're saying yes, me.
Yes. I'm so glad we have Reg. on this
24.
side.
Oh yeah.
I
That's
like
why I didn't.
Yeah.
24
20
points of
Definitely won't
damage.
attack you.
Yeah.
Yee!
Killer.
Big damage as you see it blasts into the Trollocs, who like sort of try and form a line of defense. But even at that, one of them, the line of defense is one of the Trollocs, and goes and falls over backwards as the other ones throw it to the side. Michelle, they're just sticky tacked to that board. If you could take one of those bits off of there. Beautiful, thank you. Knocking out one of the creatures there. That's her turn, and she goes, Reg, to me, and sort of just like backs herself away from she backs away from Zara.
Zara and her ward.
If you don't mind, I'll like. Oh no, never mind.
As she does, you see. As she does, she's going. I don't think that I can trust you. What's happened? And Zara just looks over at Lucille retreating and just rolls her eyes and goes, "Get her."
Yeah.
And
The warder makes
the
an
warder
upward.
just spins around and goes to stab at her.
Oh god.
But missing.
Yeah, baby.
Reg is not going to be too happy. That's
Nope,
That's
not
why I
best
smited
pleased.
that guy.
Yes!
Okay. That's why.
Yeah, there you go. And just gets out and goes, Reg! And goes, Paige, get out of here! But that's gonna be her turn. Logain. Who wants to roll a wisdom saving throw for Logain?
I think Dirk needs to do it.
I think Dirk.
He's rolled horribly.
Easy boy. Come on.
11. I don't know what his modifier is.
It's a million. It's fine.
Probably +7.
minus 3. So an
Taken by
11
the
becomes
sickness.
a 22 as he just
I'm sorry, what?
an 11 becomes a 22 as he just breaks out of the hold person and as Zara flies back You can see now in hindsight that this shield that they were driving down as a wedge was too pointed and aimed too far into him. They were trying to sever him.
Yeah.
That's not the practice.
Yeah.
And he just turns around, and that's at the end of his turn that he breaks out. But he just turns around and he goes, "I'm sorry, ladies. You would have had to have brought a bit more than that to take me down." Even after taking in what is going on around him, and they are scared. He's not making an intimidation check, but they're scared. That's going to be Logain's turn, taking us to as this band.
Sammy!
I appeal. Sammy, use your reaction to move out of there. No, seriously, Sammy, move. Sammy, watch out behind you. Oh no, Sammy.
Oh no, Sammy.
Roll a d20 for me, Tal. Michelle. Please. It's odds or evens. That's all I'm looking for.
He lied.
Evens.
Okay, so only 2 of the 5 attacks go against Sammy. As swords reach down and swipe at your brother, these nasty scimitars, as they reach down and swing with a speed that you haven't seen, bolstered by this cry that you heard from the fade. The first attack is going to hit, and the second attack will be a crit.
Poor Samuel. He never stood a chance.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Brad roll. They deal him a total of 23 points of damage. Oh, I transcribed his hit points super wrong. That they say 15 on my thing. That's not true at all. It's a lot more than 15. But reach out and slash down at him as the 2 in the front just swing their blades down, and he takes a hit to the shoulder as it drags its scimitar out of the meat of his body, and a blood spray goes across. And the other 3 are going to make bow attacks against one against the dragon, one against Paige, and another one against the dragon.
Okay.
So yours first.
I'm gonna give that one disadvantage.
The one against Paige? Okay. So then it's just gonna roll straight. That is going to be a 22 to hit.
Sorry, bud.
That's okay. Thank you. That is.
Good try. You're hit for 12 points of piercing damage as a couple of bow arrows come into you. The rolls against the dragon. First attack. He now able to take actions. Cast shield, swipes it aside. Second attack does not hit, also because of the shield. Just raining down on Logain, and he's just zapping them out of the air with this static energy that he has, similar to what you saw for those of you who peeked outside of the tent during your fight with John. He's formed this dome around him where he's just zapping out with tendrils of light. But these arrows do take hold on you, and they're just snarling. Seeing your brother get hit, give me an insight check.
17.
17. With the 17, you can see that Sammy is pretty injured. Not quite staggering yet, but clearly bloodied. But you can also see this weird fear in the eyes of the Trollocs. You see one of them on the corner that's eyes are just so wide that you can see a bit of white, and it just keeps glancing back at this Murdral that you can't quite see from where you are, hidden behind Lior, but it's just glancing with fear at whatever's driving it.
Cool.
That's gonna take us...
I'll just use my appeal, if you don't mind,
Absolutely.
real quick, to yell at Logain and say, We freed you and have the sisters under control. Get the Dark Ones, please. We need help. And that will I'll try to persuade him to, like, literally focus on the Dark Ones.
Give me a persuasion check.
Because we don't care about the sisters anymore. That was terrible, but it's going to be an 8.
Yeah, and he goes, "From where I stand, they're all the Dark Ones, Dirk."
Well, fine, but these ones are really dangerous. And I think Paige can handle the other ones.
"Sorry, Dirk. I have my priorities." And the voice inside your head's going, "No one's listening to you.
Yeah,
No one's listening to you, Dirk."
Very upset that I just saved him, used all of that, and he didn't help me. That's not a good feeling.
That's gonna bring us to Reg. Reg, as you have predicted, just turns around and goes, "You would hit my Aes Sedai," and just takes like a huge swing down at the warder, misses on a natural 7,
No!
and misses on a natural 5. Reg is supposed to be so cool. Oh man. That's crazy. But he misses and is now just squaring up with this guy, and he goes, "We swore oaths." And the guy goes, "Some of us swore different oaths." And it just spits on the ground. After Reg is Paige.
Paige has been looking at Lucille. Says, "Get safe," and then sees everything going on. Doesn't realize the arrow reaches her before it's too late. Goes, "Ah! Yes, Lucille, I'm coming. But first, you. Mixed messages. Months of confusion. Years of abuse. Trust only the blues." And as I say that, I pull down the blood that has been pouring out of my ears as I use a subtle cast Blight. So that the only word that she has ever heard just rings and explodes blues in her head.
What's my save?
It's going to be a DC.
I think it's Con.
It's Con DC 16, yeah.
Great.
That's so cool.
Is it
that was sick.
88? It is. It's Blight. I love
She
Blight.
rolls
Blight's my
a
favorite.
15.
Oh, yes!
Wait, does that fail or save?
Fails!
Just.
Can I have 2 D8s?
Do the honors.
To the red and green one. Christmas colors.
Excellent.
Because Blight really speaks Christmas
Yeah,
to
I
my
was
soul.
gonna use my purple black ones.
Okay.
It's 88, isn't it?
Is this non-lethal?
No.
We got 10.
Did we just ruin the book, Brad? Like, we're definitely not allowing Logain to be captured here. Like, we're just...
They'll be captured later.
Oops, 6.
We're good.
We got 12, 10.
That's in another turning of the wheel, baby.
That's
I'm waiting for
So
Brad to just
the
slip
Aes
up.
Sedai that
What?
captured him
30 points of necrotic damage.
should have read the book.
I really should have finished the first book.
30 points?
30 points of necrotic damage.
End it. Describe how it ends for Amelie Sedai.
Yes.
Yo, we are slaughtered.
I really want her. It gets so loud that she kind of winces, and as she winces, there's something weird about her skin that starts to like pull back as the blood starts to pour out of her ears, her nose, and you can just see something happening inside her where it just starts to kind of melt and decay.
Yeah.
As she falls back within herself.
And you just see like and really just like becomes like this husk of a person, but the whole time that smirk never leaves her face until her features just bug out and she falls to the ground, and Lucille goes, "Ha! Ha!"
And her warder explodes.
Amelie doesn't have a word.
Damn it, it's the other one.
Yep.
You should become a yellow Acha.
Paige is gonna be shaking at this point and just hold the spear, drop the spear, and look at Lucille in shock at what she just did, and just maintaining eye contact with Lucille. I will use my bonus action to break down a spell slot.
Okay, for
and that'll
sure.
be the end of my turn.
That'll be the end of your turn. Sick. Absolutely sickening. You're so good when you just cast spells. At the end of your turn, the Fade just spins and looks, and some of this strange energy, you fought very physically with this Fade, who was at 1 in the shadow before. And here it seems it doesn't need the shadow to move as much as it is doing so. The Fade is just going to use another one of these tendrils to wrap itself around the face of this wall in a way so unnerving that it does not provoke an opportunity attack.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Dirk still hasn't seen this thing.
That's not good at all.
That's gonna be Zera's turn. Zera Sedai, her allies felled. Just her and her warder left.
Oh, it's just them two.
It's just gonna spin and go. You fool. You're not even one of us yet, and you thought you could stand up to... You've messed up now. I'm telling you, you've messed up now! And slams the earth as in this square where encapsulating Dirk, Paige, Tal, and Logain just erupts as in an explosion as casts Erupting Earth. Yes?
Evasion?
I think so.
Yeah. Is it a deck save?
I think there is.
Evasion.
I believe there is. Let me just double check.
I can't afford to lose too much more health.
Yeah, dexterity saving throw.
Oh, joy.
Yes, baby.
Victor, want to roll for Logain?
Thanks for
It's a 19.
Yeah, he saves.
22.
Natural
22.
20.
Yes!
The lowest one was a 22.
19 plus whatever.
3.
Yeah. 22.
That's crazy.
Unreal.
This was my big FU moment, you guys. Oh my god.
I take no damage because of evasion.
You take no damage because of evasion. You do that cool thing where you're like monk hopping on like specks of dirt that have been up in the air, and you're like hopping from
I was
boulder to
gonna
boulder.
say, I don't know if you would allow me to move any sort of movement in the direction of Sammy, because that's where I would be
I
going.
rolled 2 1s.
Wow, that sucks.
On D12s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a rough. Yeah, it's
3d12 and 2 of them were 1s.
Yeah, that's
Rough.
Yeah, next 2 rolls were a 9 and 11.
Crunchy.
So you guys each take 6 points of bludgeoning damage on my big 3rd level spell. Oh my god. As she goes, that should have been better. But it is difficult terrain in that square around you guys right now.
Okay.
Insane. And she is not really. Yeah, she's gonna sidle up a little bit away from Reg. I think we can go ahead and. Get
Oh, my horse and buggy.
our poor friend.
Bye, guys.
He actually ran to a farm upstate. And somehow
Happily ever after.
he got out of this. The fire burned the rope.
Cool.
And yeah, wow. Oh yeah, Reg would have circled around this way on his turn. Great. Yeah, awesome. That is going to be nope, Amelie's dead. That's gonna be nope, Tomei is dead. I rolled so bad on initiative. That is going to be Sammy's turn, and he's gonna go, Tal, what do I do? What do I do?
Get out of there.
And is going to say, okay. Should I like take some shots first, or should I just get out of there?
Do you have any range weapons?
Nope.
Then take some shots and get out of there.
I'll take some shots and I'll get out of there. Roll me 2 d20s.
Natural 20 and natural 18.
Oh my god. He's a champion, so you're 1 away from 2 crits.
Oh.
Insane. Roll 3d8 for me.
Sammy's going off.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
14, okay. Pretty big hit with a total of 26 damage on these 2 strikes. You could see right away, like, just goes from stress as soon as he has an order, goes, turns around, laughs, and just goes to town with this rapier. You could see what made him such an effective militiaman in his past, and just absolutely devastates one of these Trollocs. Is not doing so hot, almost takes one of them down with that, and is going to then try and roll away. One of them will take an attack of opportunity on one Samuel. Crit.
Oh, jeez.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
I'm not going to be mean. I'm going to say he's second winded before this because that was my plan.
Cool.
You can bardically inspire too.
Rolled the minimum. I'm so sorry for being me.
As a bonus. Yeah.
I can give them?
I believe that's what he said.
Yeah.
Bardic inspiration? Yeah.
As a
I
commander.
can give them.
You give Bardic inspiration.
Like a bard. You can't give it to yourself.
Oh, you thought you had 2
I
Bardics?
thought they were. I thought he
Oh,
gave
Michelle.
me bardic inspiration.
Oh no, you have the ability to give Bardic inspiration. Oh, I'm so sorry.
You're a mini bard. That's why it was based on your charisma. And he was like, oh, no, we get 2. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that I'm so super sorry that wasn't clear. I thought you got that.
No.
Oh no.
Because he gave me this whole inspiring speech.
He was saying it's because you inspired everybody. That's, this is a Martin Nat 20 moment, quite frankly.
I'm not alone!
Cool. All right.
This is a
bardic
perfect moment
inspo,
to use
baby.
Yeah, he takes an okay amount of damage, looks a little bit staggered as he rolls out of there, but is just going to move sort of back around, away from, not in the path of the fade, towards you, basically. Yeah.
Like my other side?
Yeah, he'll go back there. He's like, I'm not proud enough to, I'm not so proud that I need to check when I'm not doing so great, so I'm just gonna hang out back here for a little bit, panting and, like, trying to staunch the bleeding on his shoulder.
Yeah. Field patch your giant gaping hole in your shoulder.
I didn't think of it until you... But Sammy's pretty hurt right now.
Yeah.
That is going to be your turn. Oh, sorry. At the end of Sammy's turn, the Murdral is going to go and point over towards you and towards Logain, and is just going to go. And you don't see any effect, but like there's just this storm of just invades your ears, and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, I'm not feeling confident. Oh. Nope.
Can't
Zero
believe.
confidence. 7.
7. Okay.
All of this is really hurtful.
You take 18 points of necrotic damage.
Oh my Jesus.
Oh,
Oh, my Jesus.
By the light.
As does Logain, who just shakes his head and turns and faces down, and he goes, I've seen this face in my dreams. You will not take me. And squares up against the fade that is approaching.
Nice.
That's your turn.
Cool.
Dirk.
sorry. Did you what?
No. It was.
Okay,
was
I'm
Michelle.
freaking out here. Don't be telling me it's my turn right now.
It's Michelle's turn. What are you doing?
There's too many enemies. I don't have the HP I need to go fight hand to hand, but that's what I'm gonna go do. You want me to get out of here? Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Difficult terrain.
Nope.
Yeah.
10, 20, 30,
Out of it.
35, 40.
It's a swarm, so once you're touching
Okay.
the edge of it, you're good.
Cool. Dope. And there's 5 left in this one?
It's a swarm, yeah.
Cool. Gonna take my quarterstaff from its strap on my back
Absolutely.
and start dual wielding.
That's how
Absolutely.
you know it's serious. That's how
Takes
you
an
know it's
attack
serious.
as Sammy runs to hide behind you, and then you go like I got this, bro. And he goes, Tal, no! And you dart forward into the shadow.
21.
21 will hit.
That hits. It's a natural 17.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Roll damage. See what's happening.
Yeah. I'll roll damage.
Yeah,
and see
roll me
what's
some
happening.
damage.
Some dammies.
Yeah. 10 points of damage for the first,
Okay, you see another one goes down.
and 7 points of damage for the second.
Okay, definitely. You could pull another one of those tokens off, yeah. As another, you fell one with this strike, and drops. Yeah, making a dent.
Cool. I will, bonus action patient defense.
Sure. Yeah, huge, huge, huge. As you think to go and hit, and then a voice goes, "There's gonna be a time when you need to just protect yourself. Remember that. You're reckless. I see you with the sheep. You like skateboard on them. Protect yourself." And you, and just wait.
visual.
Cool.
Sheep, man.
That's awesome. That's gonna be your turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was rad.
Turning around and having been passed by all this stuff, Larry just goes, "See ya," and tries to wheel around the corner.
Is he disengaging?
He is not.
I'm taking a hit. What
Take a hit.
scumbag.
Take a hit.
Yeah, I'll.
Love how you're just like, I'm gonna throw his character. Like, reckless?
No!
No, it's not
I
your
can't.
turn. Yeah.
It's the net one.
Nat 1. Just gets out of the way. He goes, "The light protects those who it favors." And
Where's he going?
just peeks out from around the corner.
5, 10.
Yep. And turns and faces towards the group of you. And goes, "Huh. Speaking of unfavored with the light." And just lines up Dirk.
You gotta be f***ing kidding me. It was worth it.
Yeah, I mean, like, you caught his first arrow.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Turns around and takes a shot at Dirk.
Really hurts. All of it.
That's gonna hit.
What with what?
A 26.
All right, I'll allow it.
Oh.
Okay, give me a con save.
Generous of you.
I can't see it. Now I can. It's a 24.
What a jerk.
Wow, taking no poison damage, but taking 7 piercing damage. As he goes, "Well, if that won't hurt you, maybe you're friends," and just to the side and shoots at you.
Oh.
Oh, it hasn't been my turn. I just used my reaction to do the other arrow. Yeah.
Is going to be a 21 to hit you.
Can I use deflect missiles if I'm kind of literally in between the two of them?
No.
Yeah, nah.
I figured I'd try.
That was a good try. It was valiant effort.
Because, like, if you look at it from here,
Oh, yeah.
it's almost like she has
But I
partial
think
cover.
you can only deflect it.
Yeah, but if I really wanted to, I could move him another 5 feet forward and get the
I
line of sight.
know. I thought I'd try.
Give me a Constitution saving throw, please, Paige.
Oh, it hit you?
Yeah.
It's going to be 16.
16. I have too many things. Succeeds. No poison for you. You guys are all just tanking all these arrows, and you see that he's starting to look frustrated that these bows aren't hitting as hard as he wants them to. You do take 7 points of piercing damage, but he's going, "Why won't you stay down? The light commands it!" And that soft voice is starting to give away, and he looks to you, wild in his eyes. He goes, "I can't let you get away from this, brother."
I'm super sorry.
Don't be sorry.
His arrow hits my duplicate.
Okay, his arrow does hit your duplicate, down to 1 left.
Down to 1 left.
As he's just super mad that he's not being able to do the damage that he wants to do. Is going to stay there because he doesn't want to go to the other side of the rock right now. Actually, you know what? Victor, move him 25 feet towards you directly, like you as a person.
Me. Okay, so
5, 10, 15, 20, 20.
I hate all of this. I hate all of this.
Just retreats away from the action and knocks another bow
no.
and
Get
looks
him,
at
Lior.
and looks at you and goes, "Make a decision, big man." It's your turn. Sorry, it's Dirk's turn.
Seeing my brother try to hit me and like one of my illusions just disappear and then get Paige getting shot, I'm gonna look out and I see Lior like kind of behind there and I go, Lior, he's getting away, get him! And I'm gonna run this way, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm assuming I'm on the edge of the difficult terrain.
Yeah.
And I'll just put my shield up and put like my back between Paige and the dark ones, and tell her like, finish off the Aes Sedai, and then we leave. With my action, I'm going to, from my waistband, take out like a hand axe.
Yep.
And just try and toss it at one of the.
One of the Trollocs?
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All of this is
Go right
making me
ahead.
nervous. Okay, that's going to be a 24.
24 absolutely
And
hits,
I'm
yeah.
going to make that a maneuvering strike.
Sure.
And I'm going to yell at Sammy, Sammy, get the hell out of here. And he could use his reaction to move his movement and get the heck out.
Yeah, he's going to use his reaction to sort of come in and huddle against this nook as much as he can.
As the axe flies, as soon as it hits, I close my fist and like the flames are getting bigger, and I'm going to smite that.
Absolutely.
From afar.
Smiting from a distance.
So a 1d6, a 3d8, because it's a Trolloc now.
It is a Trolloc now.
A maneuvering strike, and fire damage.
Yep, great.
God.
Okay. 4 plus 2, so it's going to be 6 slashing damage.
Okay.
Paired with 3 fire damage.
Okay.
Paired with an additional 1 slashing damage.
Okay.
Paired with 14 radiant damage.
Okay. Yeah. Making a pretty solid dent into one of these Trollocs, but still standing.
That's attack number uno.
Yep.
Attack number 2-0.
You got 2 hand axes.
I do have 2 hand axes, but...
Give me a roll of d20.
A 2.
2. You take 6 points of necrotic damage.
Oh my lord. That hurt me a lot. Do I know where it came from?
Finish this now.
Oh, you bastard.
It's not looking good, Dirk.
What do I do? We're surrounded.
You're a tactician. Think.
I'm going to then be like, I need more juice, and use my second attack to throw my second axe.
Sure.
Nat 1.
Not one. I thought that was a 7.
I think it was a nat 1.
Okay.
I think it was in that one as well.
Okay.
It's gonna go wide.
So sorry.
That's okay. My bonus action is going to be the second win.
Okay.
And I'll go, just give me a moment to think. And I'll start trying to deep breathe. And like I'm saying that out loud.
Yeah.
As I'm trying to go, it's going to be 6 plus 3. So I'll gain 9 health.
Okay. Sure.
And that's my movement, interaction, action. That's it.
Sure.
The smoke rises. Yeah. Yeah, it's not good. Paige, you see Dirk beginning to worry. Like, the flames are getting hotter and, like, growing a little bit. Yeah.
That is the end of your turn. At the end of your turn, the nasty warder who's like holding on to life here, just goes, disregarding Reg next to him, just goes, "You're ruining all of this," and stares at you, Paige, and is going to drop his sword and take out like a little small bow from his side and shoot it with disadvantage because Reg is in his space.
Okay.
15 and a 19 on the die.
No, I can't do anything there.
No, the bonus is gonna take it.
Yeah.
Is going to hit you for
Yeah.
four.
Well, wait, what's his bonus?
That's
Is it more than +5?
yes.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Sorry, I rolled.
Maybe he wasn't a dex
crazy die.
character.
He's super a dex character. 9 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
For what happened?
He took a shot at Paige,
Who did?
Zara's warder,
I'll allow it just this once.
and is just gonna spin around and be like, "You can't stop everything," and is going to try and shoot past Reg at Lucille.
Oh, no.
Why's your head looking like mine?
Again, 14 and 17 on the die. Is gonna hit Lucille, even if she shields, it'll hit her. Hits Lucille for 5 points of piercing damage, and
Okay.
she's not looking great.
Got a problem with this guy.
And is just laughing at this point. That's the end of his turn.
I'm not great,
Yeah,
Okay.
you're not great, huh?
but I'm not
Lior.
happy.
Bradley, why do you do this to me? I think Lior, in a moment of guilt and shame that no one can see, is not going to fight the shadow like he should. And he's going to protect his family. And so he's going to run after this guy.
And you see Larry looks at you with surprise. looks at you with surprise that you have gone to this. He's like, "So you're with them then?"
You're surprised I would pick my family. I guess that checks out. And he's going to
Roll for burn damage, dude. Sick.
Yeah. Okay. I think Lior's feeling a little desperate. We're gonna do. Start the first 2 attacks, Great Weapon Master.
Oh,
Oh no, the first one's not good. First one's.
Did you roll with advantage?
Yeah.
Yup.
It was a 5 and a 4.
gosh.
Bringing you to.
It was to It's to 5 and a 4, 8. Next one's not
'Cause he did
good.
Great Weapon Master.
Yeah.
Yeah.
16 on the second attack.
16 will hit.
Oh, good. Okay.
16 hits.
24 points of damage.
Oof, my god. He's not looking good.
I'm gonna go for a last one.
Yeah.
Frenzied. Come on. Ooh, it's gonna hit, but it was so close to hit.
Oh, it's close.
It's so that's like a 21 to hit.
Yeah.
No. It's 20 points of damage.
He looks at you and says, "You would choose to protect the shadow and attack the light.
You are no light.
You deserve each other." And how does this blow land as you take Larry Talon out of this world?
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna get him right in the gut where he got Dirk.
You've only picked up on this because you're a pretty insightful fellow. And in your time traveling with Dirk, you've picked up sort of moments one-on-one now where he's walking around and you're having a good time. He's going, and anytime the topic of the two of them came up, family who are gone, he would just sort of like clutch and paw at his side a little bit. And you have put 2 and 2 together here.
Oh, God.
And you just reach out and no, he's a subtle person. You turn around and you see this and you see it's the same spot that he grabbed you with all this personal, "I'm so glad that we had this moment, Dirk." But there's none of that with Lior. Lior just takes a big club and hits him so hard that he flies against the tree. You hear a sickening crack. And at last, mercifully, the light goes out of Larry Talon.
And like Dirk for a moment would probably feel sad and like reach out instinctively and be like, "What?" And then it happens and like a sigh of like relief comes over and he's like, "I'm not being chased anymore."
You can go ahead and take him off the board, Vic.
My man. It only took near 100 damage to kill this man.
God.
Look at you. You ain't
Larry.
nothing. Nothing, Larry.
Gone.
Nothing.
Wow.
I told you. I told Lior to be ready for you. And he killed you.
Okay, Lior, that's the end of your turn.
That's the end of my turn.
At this, just just this awful like croaking like staggered breathing. The Murdral is not moving with the slow poised or the fast poise that you had seen in the ways. It is moving on legs that almost seem to not support it, but these weird tendrils of this like Mashadar energy that are sort of walking it along the ground as it will go
That's what it is.
straight up into low gain space.
Oh, sh**.
Oh.
This is where I made a mistake.
And take 2 attacks on low gain. That is incredibly cocked. 1 misses, but 1's a nat 20. So roll real quick. I'm not going to give you a number, but you're going to see sort of how low gain seems to be doing with this. Not great. That's a huge couple of hits. Strikes out, and you see this proud, strong man as the shadow reaches out and tears through him. You see the magic that he's holding on to, the channeling, this dome, falter and flicker a little bit as it actually works through to his defenses, which is what he seems surprised with. Just slashing out at him, reaches out with a claw to strike at him.
Oh, I forgot the claw.
Another crit.
This is... This is...
I made a mistake.
Another crit.
Low game gonna die.
Bradley, you did the spicy dice thing again, and you're critting a lot, and I don't like it.
Yeah, spicy dice. I'm gonna never leave you again. Deals him a little bit of damage, but you see like this like sickness taking hold in him, and it just continues along its movement. Still seems like it has a bit more to spare.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And just posts up this way, pointing at the rest of you, sandwiched now caught between Trollocs on one side and the Fade on the other, pointing at you, and just like, just this awful gurgling screech. That is the end of the Fade's turn. Lucille,
The Trollocs, keep them at bay.
You know,
Right,
there's still a sister left there.
she's gonna go, okay, sort of on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad we feeling?
14 divided by 58 is roughly... not great. Bad.
Okay, she's gonna roll 3d20s for me.
Okay.
I love how you did the math and we're like, 3D, not great on a scale of 1 to 10.
Realized I was not able to compute. I got a 6, a 15, and a natural 20.
Ooh, okay. So that's gonna be 2 hits.
I'm sorry, for what?
No, we don't know
As
yet.
she turns around and shoots a couple of little of fire over towards the Trollocs.
I thought they were shooting them at you, and I was like, what is happening right now?
Yeah. How are you feeling? Not great. Then it's my turn.
You know, like,
Yeah, absolutely not. No. Deals like 25 points of fire damage.
yes.
Smokes out another one of the Trollocs as 3 remain. That's great timing. That's the end of her turn.
we can do this.
Great timing because they're up next and they have 1 fewer attacks now, but are very much going to
Did I miss my turn?
No, your turn is after.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
you're quite far down in the order. Yeah, it's their turn. Logain is pretty shaky right now. They're going to take 2 melee attacks, 1 on each of Dirk and Tal.
They can get to those bastards.
I had patient defense up.
Yep, okay. That's good. It's a miss on Dirk. 18, I have to re-roll for you. 17 to hit.
Oh, meet it and beat it.
Oh.
Oh, is there anything I can do to
On-
bump that? Is there? No? See? No. I don't suppose
that
he's throwing a
miss.
missile at me.
Yep.
I'd like to repost
Oh, nice.
and see if I hit him.
Okay, sure.
So I get to take an attack when someone misses.
Oh!
That's a nat 20. And I'm going to burn a second level smite into that.
Oh, yes.
I also have Sentinel, so the one that attacked Dirk, I can attack him.
That's crazy.
Sorry.
The hit on you is still going to take.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When a creature makes an attack against a target other than you,
Yeah.
and that target doesn't have this feat, you don't have this feat, you use
don't
a
have
different
this feat.
thing. You can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack against the attacking creature. So the one that hit him, I can hit.
Yes, you take 5 points of slashing damage because I rolled 2 ones.
Cool.
Go ahead and roll the damage on those guys.
And I'll scream out, "Don't touch my brother!" And it's
17 to
going
hit.
be
Yes.
one,
And I glow!
2 fire damage.
Yep.
6 and 4 is 10. 16 slashing damage.
Okay.
11 points of bludgeoning.
Okay.
And 29 radiant damage.
Another one goes down.
66 technically. 68 technically.
Oh my god.
My goodness.
The crit.
That's huge.
I love being huge.
It's okay. You get that's fine, Michelle.
No, it's not.
that is better. You're correct. As the forces are getting weaker and weaker, but after their turn, you hear another, and just pointing over now at Paige and at Dirk, is going to bring up another whisper of this energy at both of you guys, as I need both of you to.
Okay.
Did I already target you on the first one?
No, that was
No.
me.
It was you? Okay, yeah. Both of you guys need to make wisdom saving throws as the Murdral points at you.
Okay, so if yeah. Is this before the merge? Also, if you don't mind, I'd like to use my what is that special end of
Appeal?
turn up appeal? Just as I'm hitting these things and I'm blowing them up, I'm gonna go and go, Tal, we need to leave, and I'm gonna make that wisdom save as that happens. And oh my god, the wild ride!
Yeah.
It's a 6.
Okay, it's a 6.
It's a 3.
Okay.
It's crazy to me how there's one big bad guy left and he is wrecking us. This is a nightmare.
18 points of necrotic damage to both
Oh,
of you.
this hurts so much.
Down.
Paige falls as you say, "We need to leave," and you just hear, and then and Paige falls to the ground as Lucille goes, "No!"
Can I use my appeal?
You certainly can use your appeal.
I'll call out to Lucille. Whatever you have left needs to be used against that fade.
Okay,
Big explosions, fireworks, bombs, boom!
give me a persuasion check.
13. Persuasion is charisma, right? 13.
She looks at you and is not really answering what you're saying and is just going, "Gosh!" And looking at her student who has just fallen. Roll me a d20.
I just did. It was, well, but I'll actually roll a different one because that was for me.
Okay.
12.
12, okay. Nothing happens to you when you use that smite, but it's think, strategy, tactical.
We have to get rid of it.
Yes, but how? And that's going to be now into the next turn. Which is Reg. Reg is just going to try and cut the warder down again. You attack Lucille. Crits on the first one.
Yes.
Just turns down and goes like a, "We should have been brothers," and just goes to like do like a proper move and then really underhandedly just takes a dagger out of his pocket and stabs into him. That guy's off the board. Green Cloak's off the board. If you can reach him. Yeah. And Zara just screams in agony. He's going to Reg is gonna go and try and attack the Murdral.
Oh.
He looks back at Lucille and goes, against the shadow. And Lucille goes, always.
15, 20, 25.
Oh my god.
He's just gonna take a swing against him. Natural 19, that'll hit. Deals the fade.
That's minor, because
Yeah, you're down.
I tend to forget.
Yeah.
Deals the fade 6 points of slashing damage, and the fade looks totally unfazed.
Totally unfazed.
Otherwise untouched, and Reg is not cowering at all. Every time, the first time that you guys all saw this fade, there was this horrible like fear that shook your bodies, but Reg is just strong back and going, is that all you've got? As this thing croaks in front of him. Paige,
Death
roll me a
save.
death save.
I don't
That's
know
one
what it is.
failure.
Oh,
Do I add my con modifier?
nope.
Nope,
It's a failure.
you don't.
It's a failure.
It's just straight.
Still would have been if you had.
Oh man, I'm the
No.
If you add your con save, yeah.
Yeah, if I add my con
but
save,
that's
you're right.
not. It's a death save is not a
Nothing,
ability
right?
save.
No.
Okay, Paige fails one death saving throw is on the ground. The wound that was opened up by the Aes Sedai drawing the life force out of her is just leaking into the ground as Paige on the floor. Her target's gone. Zara is gonna spin to Lucille and say, I'm sorry we couldn't bring you in on everything. You just have to understand that not every one of the Ajas gets along with each other, and just points out to her and attempts to cast something. Is going to shoot out a ice knife at second level. Crit.
Oh god.
Stop it.
Top goes before me.
No, guys.
How many crits have you done this?
Too many.
Just
This has been, listen, the back half of this campaign's been crazy for me. And I
true.
might have been balancing things on my usual, how I usually roll. This is bad.
I would give you the eyes. I would just look at Cal and be like,
Takes 12 points of piercing damage, and area of effect I don't think doubles. She makes a dex save and succeeds on that. Doesn't take cold damage. But this knife, she just reaches into the rock wall behind her, grabs something, and hucks it at Lucille, who takes it and is like staggered at this point. Really not looking good, but is just looking straight to you at this moment. That brings us to the top of the order with Sammy. Sammy is hiding in the rock wall right now.
He's not. He doesn't have
Yeah.
anything ranged.
He does not have anything ranged.
Frick, Sammy. How's Sammy looking?
Sammy's not looking great.
stay there or run away.
Does Sammy have any way to make himself healthier?
He already used it, and I rolled the minimum on my second wind.
Oh god. Where's Sammy?
He's
in the- he's
in
in
the
the
crevice.
He said, "Hide, Sammy," and he said, "Okay."
Well hidden.
Sammy, he can still see you. Get behind the rock.
Poor Sammy.
Is he gonna run and dash?
Yeah, he's gonna run and dash behind the questionably shaped ice.
35, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Yep, 100%. He goes, I can help, I can... Ugh, but, like, is listening to orders and is going to run back there. Tal, that's you.
Before... No, we're good.
Yes?
Question, I don't know. Does Bardic Inspiration apply to death saving throws?
I
No?
didn't think so.
It's an...
It's a saving throw.
No, it is. And I think Bardic Inspiration only
Is
works
attack
to
rolls.
attack rolls and ability.
No unsaving throws.
No, it's a saving throw. Wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it's a saving throw.
It's an idea. It was just.
I don't
know.
see why it wouldn't apply.
I've never even thought of that.
Ooh. Yo, do what you gotta do. Like there is.
Well, I'll. Do you have her?
One of the conditions is that the creature has to be able to hear.
Yeah.
So if you already have it. But
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you have her?
Dirk's eyes look wild, and I'll go,
Paige is down.
right, I'm on it.
Oh.
What are we doing?
I can relate. I can relate to that.
Fade or Aes Sedai.
Big Britain?
We're looking at. Sorry, I don't know.
No, I'm
What's it
gonna
gonna be?
go with what I've got. I'm gonna go with the guys in front of me.
Go at the Trolloc, sure. Take some attacks.
The first one's not gonna hit.
Okay.
The
What's
second one.
What's
Sorry?
the total on the first one?
It's a natural one.
Okay, yeah, then no.
Dirty 20 on the second.
Super hits.
8 points of damage.
Okay.
And I will.
Another one goes down.
Oh, dope.
One left.
One left.
I'm gonna take a whack at it.
Sure.
Come on. Natural 17.
Yeah, super hits. Hits without the bonus.
6 points of damage.
6 points of damage, okay. As you're just trying to chip away at this final Trolloc, who's snarling on the field, surrounded by the blood of his brethren and of others, just the fear gone. That your turn?
That is, I've used my action, my bonus action. I don't want to incur an attack of opportunity. Yes, that is my turn.
Okay. Great. End of your turn. Murderall's going to swipe at Reg. Is going to... Miss! He's got plate armor. Misses at Reg. That's going to be your turn, Dirk.
Okay, after the end of the Murderal's turn, I'm going to turn to Lior. And I'm going to shout, and I say, whatever happens, you told me you keep Tal safe. Get Paige and her to whatever the her name is. And I'll point to the Aes Sedai. And then on my turn, my eyes are kind of a little wild because I've been like looking around, seeing what's going on, and realizing that like we could probably take these Trollocs, but this Murderal is gonna destroy us trying to save Paige.
Murderall's looking very healthy right now.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I would have given a bardic inspiration to Reg.
Yeah, no,
Sure.
that's super dope. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that
Totally.
was my intention.
Totally.
I'm gonna look down at Tal, who's like in a fighting pose, and I'll just put my hand on your head and just kneel down and go, I can't let anything happen to you.
You're making Paige conscious again, right?
You're the best brother I ever had. And I'm gonna kiss you on your head, and the flames are gonna increase, and the heat becomes almost unbearable. And I'm gonna use a bonus action as I walk to burn, to channel divinity, and recover a second level spell slot. And then as I walk this way,
Careful, he's still looking strong.
we'll take him down at once. And I'll walk this way as I burn both my second level spell slot and my first level spell slot. And I'm gonna remember Paige channeling a fireball. I'm gonna remember all the explosions. Tal said we need to do something, we need explosions. And then I think back and I go, this is the only thing that works. And I'm going to let go of all the things that are holding back my channeling. And I'm just gonna release all the one power I can. And I'm gonna channel my inner John and say, and look at Reg and go, don't worry, I got it. And I'm gonna see if I can release all the one power that I'm holding on to and just take the Murderal with me and see if I can just incinerate it.
Okay. So spell slot wise, what do you have left?
I've got a level 1 and I recovered a level 2.
Okay. One channel divinity.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your channel divinity?
It got me back the second spell slot.
Oh,
It gives me back a spell slot advantage.
Okay.
To level 1.
what I need you to do in this moment is to I'm just doing mental math. This is crazy. To roll me 14d8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Who's gonna do half?
10, 6 is 16, 18 plus 6 is 24, plus 8 is 32. Can someone remember that number?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then 34, 40, 45, 50, 53.
Okay. And now this is an unpredictable magic. It could swing wildly one way or the other.
It doesn't.
Roll me 4d20s.
We're going to do this one at a time.
Okay.
Okay, that's a 12.
Okay.
That's a 9. That's a 6.
What's going on over there?
That's another 6. 12, 9, 6, 6.
That was not good.
It's not good.
Dirk.
Hi, friend.
Hey. This hasn't been an easy road.
No, I'm really tired.
Yeah, I bet you are. How about you give him a show to remember him by?
All of it.
All of it.
All right. And all.
In your last moments, as you try and shove Reg out of the way and just grab on, hold on so tight as you can to this Murdral. It looks surprised that you've embraced it. And you feel this overwhelming sense of... Logain spins around, just shaking himself out of the feeling that he's been in, and is looking at you going, No, Dirk, no! But it's too late. You've started something that can't be stopped. And as you recall all of the training that you've had to stay cool under pressure, and everything that leads you to be disciplined about the shadow above everything, you throw it all away. Because what matters more than your whole life is these last 4 weeks. This time that you've spent with people who care about you and who you care about. And just like John did, you have a moment of clarity at the end. And this time it's not the voice that you hear, but it's your own voice, with a conviction that you thought you had lost, but replaced as you look the shadow in the eye, and once more say words you've spoken thousands of times. A light to overtake the darkness. You all see a blinding flash of light. And everything ceases. Everything stops. You hear vaguely, Tal, behind you, a thrashing on the ground, but you don't pay attention to it at all. Lior, you drop your rage, having followed your promise to make sure that you took care of Larry before he could take care of Dirk, and turned around and seen right at the end maybe what Dirk was angling for. Reg makes eye contact with you and just goes, I respect it, and just takes a knee and lets it happen. Paige, you spin and you see Dirk, the furrowed brow that he's had this whole time, coloring all of his interactions with you of this distrust, finally relaxed and looks at you with an open smile.
I'm awake for this?
Yeah, you're conscious enough to see this.
Okay.
You might think that you're dreaming, but you catch this glimmer of another world. And the last look is reserved for you, Tal. as your protector, your brother, your friend turns to you, and not for the first time, one of your brothers has done something so unbelievably stupid. But this is a mess that you can't get him out of. And Dirk looks at you apologetically, shrugs a little bit, spins, and walks into a light that none of you can see through. The dust clears, and where the three figures once stood, there is nothing. Nothing but, not fire, some sort of light itself that has blasted a circle into the snow and the harsh ice. And quiet settles over the field. Dirk. You feel yourself come apart. Instantly, life is not a straight line, but a tread on a never-ending wheel. You see yourself begin to separate into different components and vaguely think in some past version of yourself, you would have called this atomic theory. What even is that? But you open your eyes and what's left of you sees a vast plain of thread after thread. And some are sour, some of these threads are dark, but you see, even where it looks like the pattern is ruined, there are always new threads weaving themselves in. As you don't hear a voice, but you just feel a wordless sense that envelops you and conveys to you. You haven't had the easiest life, young one. You can respond if you wish.
No. That's stating the obvious. Did we win?
It's hard to say if anyone ever wins in this wheel. But on this day, Dirk, you've won.
Okay. And they're safe?
For a time, yes.
All right. I was about to say I could live with that, and I go, I'm okay with that.
You haven't had a fair chance in this.
Okay.
You were spun out in a world unwelcoming to you. Would you like to try again? In another time? In another life?
Oh. Ooh, that's an interesting question for Dirk to ponder. Will it be the same?
It's never the same, Dirk. It's never completely different either. But for it to change, days like this make a difference.
Will Tal be there?
In some way, yes. The closest ones always find their way to each other.
Maybe one more time wouldn't be so bad.
One more trip around the old wheel.
Yeah.
rest.
That makes sense.
And with that, you let the last of yourself become one with the pattern. Shocked silence over the field. As Lucille breaks herself out and runs over to you, brings you back up, heals you, and just turns to look at this spot and just lets out an anguished scream, looking at the place where Reg used to be, and collapses to the ground, her head in her hands.
I think Paige will, feeling this, will grab her arm and look around. Like, Dirk. And I will see the rest of our group looking at the crater. And Paige will just hold Lucille and break down as well.
Sammy runs around the corner, goes, Tala, are you okay? Tala, and just sees you staring off into space and just walks up next to you and...
My knees hit the dirt.
Yeah. He falls down with you, arms wrapped around your shoulders.
Lior will rush forward and grab Logain and say, "You promised!"
I'm sorry. I didn't know he would... Just looks at you, and
I kept my promise. Why couldn't you keep yours?
This leader, this proud man who is a king in everything but name, looks at you and doesn't have the words. Says, I didn't know he would... I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'll put my hand on Lior's shin, and I'll look up, tears streaming down my face silently, and say, "You can't protect someone from free choice."
I'm gonna let go of this weak man. And I'm gonna go beside my friends.
And Logain just sits on the floor and looks over.
You want to take it out on someone? Get her.
She's gone.
Yeah, I figured.
She's gone. The Trolloc is finishing its thrashing behind you. It seemed like the moment that the Fade was taken out, the Trolloc lost its vitality too and is just... and ceases thrashing on the ground. But Zera is gone. Lior, give me a nature check. No disadvantage, I know you frenzied.
19.
19. You walk to the ground where Dirk made his embrace with the light and find it warm to the touch. You would have thought this would have destroyed the earth as a whole. The cart that they rode in ruins. But the earth is soft and warm, and miraculously has already sprung up plants.
Can I sing to them? A final song to Dirk?
Certainly. As you not a song in a minor key, but an uplifting one. Because Dirk's had enough minor key music following him his whole life. And everyone stares transfixed as the surviving soldiers of Logain's army emerge from the forest to hear this song. And when at last your song ends, seconds later, an hour later, minutes later, all have lost track of time. But you reach up into this tree and pluck from its branch a seed to remember your friend by. Small orange fruit. It dries wonderfully. The thing that brought you together and the thing that will keep Dirk with you. As you catalog that and take that with you.
I'm gonna bring it back with me to Shanglu, to the steading that I promised he could rest.
Logain stands and looks to his army. Can barely look to you guys. Looks to you and has no words. Looks to his army and says, "We continue our march. If we don't continue, we continue." Tal, Michelle, I'm gonna ask you something that is totally up to you. What direction do you think Sammy takes?
I think Sammy tries to stay, but Tal makes him go.
Tries to stay with you. He goes, "You've lost so much.
You left everything for this.
Yeah.
You left the Legion of the Wall. You left Mama. Everything for this.
Yeah, I did, didn't I?
And that's okay if it's what you believe in, but regardless of anything, you take your beliefs and you see it through.
I don't want it to be in vain. It can't be in vain.
If he is the real dragon, then it's not in vain.
Just sort of like holds the back of your head and goes forehead to forehead. And goes, "You don't have to tell them anything about me. They can make their own judgments. Just
I have your letters. If you still want me to, I'll see them delivered.
You have my letters." I'm sorry, Tal.
Yeah. Me too.
And he'll just hug you. It's a loose hug. Everyone's a little bit too shell-shocked to do anything much about this, but he'll hug you and he'll join the line with Logain. And Logain will look to Lucille and just nod and march on down the path as Lucille stands with the rest of you.
I'll catch Sammy's hand.
Yep.
And I'll say really quietly, if he's not the real dragon, the world be damned, you come home.
I'll find a way. I'll find a way, Tal.
I'll let go of his hand.
And his eyes don't leave yours until they pass around the bend. from here, from this shocking moment, this incredible sacrifice of your friend, the three of you stand silent. What do you do?
I will look to my companions. And I'll say, dear friends, I'm afraid this is why I must leave you.
What?
I must go back to the tower. There's corruption in Tavalon. There are a voice that speak into too many ears, too many minds, too much of a risk of poisoning the world. And I'll look back at Lucille.
Lucille is just staring at the patch of ground where two boot prints are slowly receding from the soil. Two heavy boot prints. Is just staring there. And as you're talking about corruption in the tower, and she's just staring straight ahead with a clenched fist and a tremor in her voice, she says, Cash won't be alone. She's the only thing I've got left. I won't leave her.
All right, I can appreciate that. Take good care of her.
Aye.
Lior, I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to deliver this. As I reach into my bag and open a book that's been unwrapped in a sweater and pull out the envelope you handed me.
Not to worry, Paige. I wasn't sure that I would be so lucky as to be the one to deliver it myself. Thank you for keeping it safe.
I hope to meet her one day.
I hope so too, little one. And, well, it doesn't have the smell of the sea, but should you ever need a story or just someone to talk to, you know where to find me.
And with that, Paige will just fall into Lior, arms wrapped around.
I'll pick you up, squeeze you as tight as I dare, before placing you back down.
I jump on her back in his arms.
All right, Dal.
Don't forget me.
Now, Lior, you have the crusher feet.
Well, Dal, do you mind the company back to the capital?
Oh, not at all. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tal, for what it's worth, I think you're going to make a formidable commander.
Yeah. I can dream.
I think you can rely on more than just dreams for this one. And I'll stand and do a silly salute.
I'll do a proper salute back. And I'll give you a
Don't even
hug.
do that.
We've been over this, guys.
I'll give you a hug and I'll whisper in your ear. If you look for my Aunt Charlotte, no way, she's corrupt.
Thank you. I'll find her, and I'll pass on the hello.
She doesn't even know who I am, so maybe just say your youngest niece.
She will, when I meet her. I hope to see you all soon, if the wheel wills. And with that, I will slide my arm into Lucille's And I would pick up the spear before we leave and start making my way northeast to the tower.
Yeah. You, funny enough, begin to follow in the footsteps of Logain's people. And the two of you have enough good sense to take a leisurely pace until the time that days later you reach the base of Garen's Wall, and where it looks like the Dragon Reborn has set off to the south. In the southeast, you turn with Lucille and look at a path less traveled, a path through a part of Andor so far away that one might not even be able to say that those who live within know that they're Andor men. And Lucille just squeezes your hand and says, "Looks like we've got a bit of cleaning to do at home, huh, dear?"
That's right.
Well, have you got any stories to tell? It's gonna be a long road.
Oh boy, do I ever.
And she just puts her arm around you, and the two of you set off.
And I will slide my arm around her waist the way I did when I was a young girl. And, and walk down.
I keep telling you I don't actually have a purse hidden there, Cash. You can't steal anything off of me. It was an illusion.
I thought I was smarter than that. I'm sure I'll find something here as I, pat her and then tickle her a little bit.
Okay, that is actually my money. And as you walk off with many a story to tell, you set your way on the tough journey for two women alone, but these are two tough women as you make your way back to the White Tower, to Tarvalon. Now standing, just the two of you.
Could I possibly, before he left with his army, nabbed a horse? Because we're one short.
Give me a animal handling check. Well,
I was like, why are we one short? You know, there
make
was
it
two.
land
Well,
I
proficiency?
think I said the other horse ran away, so you got some.
Did it run away?
Yeah,
Yeah.
your cart got destroyed.
Yeah, your card got.
I
why did
steal
it get
two
destroyed again?
horses.
Give me an animal handling check.
21.
You get the biggest horse you've ever seen that looks like it could be a pony for Lior, and a horse for yourself. You actually entice the horse that ran away during the fight back out. It's sort of like peeking out from behind a rock and looking at you.
Does this sled look recoverable at all?
No.
No. Cool. All right. So, I don't know how we're gonna carry everybody's stuff all the way to the capital, but that's a problem for later.
We'll figure something out.
Hope so.
All right. I don't know where they are, so you have to lead the way.
Oh, yep.
So as you guys set off back south, what does your path back south look like? What does your journey back to Johanna look like?
I imagine that I'd asked them to make a sigil of the Legion of the Wall as big as they could, and so I imagine we would keep that with us, knowing that it can only mean good things now that the dragon and his people are gone. And travel slowly but surely back to the capital.
You travel with your column of
Refugees.
of soldiers who have given up on the cause, of women, of children, and you travel to a point of the Bourne where it is the easiest place for a river crossing to head back to Johanna. And as you do cross, you see far in the distance the walls of Johanna. A little bit of work still being done, but it looks like most major holes have been patched up. But as you see these walls, you do see a column of horses approaching towards you.
Lior, can you hold that sign of the Legion of the Wall real high?
Sure. I'm gonna lift it as high as I can to make it a banner.
And as this banner waves in the wind, racing towards you, all of a sudden the pace slowing down, you see a great number of troops, having seen the size of your group, were thinking that there was some sort of imminent problem. But at their head stands a confused looking and bewildered Lieutenant Strand, the leader of the first column that you met outside of Johanna, coming in the other way, looking to both of you and going, hello, both of you. I didn't think I'd be seeing either of you. Who are these people? What are you bringing them here for?
You're the commander.
Me?
Oh, Commander.
Well, that's a loose term, sir. We come bearing people fleeing the dragon.
Yes, you see like one of the last soldiers like elbow one another and like hastily grabs a D-pin and throws it into the river. But he goes, were these prisoners?
Not prisoners so much as taken against their will. I'm sure you'll understand, sir, that a villager whose family has only grown up in one town would find it difficult to return to their homes alone.
Yes, of course. This way, follow us. And from there, we cut to a familiar office inside of the Ghealdan Palace, where a very wide-eyed Julian just stares at you, and with no real familiarity, or seemingly a forced unfamiliarity, your brother, Felix, is saying, and so you expect me to believe that you just went into the camp of the Dragon Reborn and left with all of these people?
First, go ahead.
Is that so hard to believe?
Yes, absolutely. None of us could find this guy.
3 days in a row, I managed to put peanut butter inside of your pillow without getting caught. You think that this was going to be a problem for me?
The other nobles in the room were just like, he's like, let's not talk about that right now.
Then don't call my honesty into question, Captain.
So, what news then? If you've escaped, did you learn anything of his plans? Where can we find him?
He's left.
What?
He's left Ghealdan.
He's left Ghealdan.
From our understanding, from our information that we got, that was always his intention. Something about prophecies. I'm not a scholar.
Oh my, I mean, me too. I just look at maps, but are you sure about this, Tal?
Just about as sure as I can be.
That's great news. I mean, if you're telling me that this happened some days ago, clearly not everybody roaming around this land has caught the memo, because we've still got a time on our hands trying to scrub out a lot of these more rebellious types who've sort of tried to hop on the bandwagon, if you will, but the man himself is gone.
Spread the news far and wide. Cry it from the towers if you need to. The dragon is gone.
Gladly. Tal, and you see like a measured moment of like swallowing pride as Felix goes, you've accomplished something that 5 to 6 of your brothers couldn't really take care of altogether. Is there anything you want to do to spread the word to get the last of them out of here?
Yeah. I can do that. I don't know, Lior, if what?
Are you choking?
It was very dry in the north. A lot of wind.
Winter, yeah.
I mean, as a soldier of the Legion,
Commander of the Legion.
I could go as your representative to the villages in the area and tell the town criers and spread the word quickly and efficiently, as I have proven myself to be.
Yes, as a soldier, and you start to see that one like distracted Lord Ashmar, who was more like playing with figurines. He goes, "No, that can't be possible." And he goes, "Why is that? Why is that?" You sit here playing like dragon chess. He goes, "As my youngest brother, sure. Yes, I think we can give you a team to manage that." And he sort of gives you the latitude to make a little team of people and route your way through the countryside around Johanna and sort of find these small pockets of people who are still causing a ruckus in the name of the dragon's might. A lot of them are getting it wrong. A lot of them are calling it the dragon's bite. And, you know, you got someone who's like, "The dragon's bite will never fail and will never stop." Just like furiously trying to resist you taking them down.
Oh, bite a persimmon.
What even is that?
At some point,
Yeah.
before heading off,
Yeah.
to do that, I would have found a quiet space without the prying eyes of all the lords and generals to hand Felix a stack of letters with his name on them.
Yeah. At a certain point, he would have had you at his house.
He has a house?
Yeah, he has a house. He lives in the city, so you know he's got a little spot within the bounds of the Ghealdan Palace, a little cabin that is his. And he would have had you and Julian and Lior, should you wish to be there.
I'd be there a couple of days before heading off.
Yeah, and he would have you there.
We'll tell, between the two of us, we'll tell them the whole story.
What's the rush?
And you do see a little bit of first incredulity and anger as you tell him what it was that Sammy had done. And you see, as you start to talk about why Sammy left and why Sammy sort of broke in the first place to be able to make that switch, you start to see incredulity, and then as he really thinks about what was being asked of some of the soldiers of the Legion of the Wall, and what justification he could even offer for what was being asked, you start to see him soften and just sort of bow his head as you build to the point where you give him these letters. My whole life, my whole world is building this army, Tala. I don't know that I can quite forgive it yet, but I feel that that now includes me. I was so focused on all these pieces moved around on a map on a board that I didn't think of my own family as people.
Byron always said the toughest lesson a leader will ever learn is that the troops moving on the board aren't just numbers. They're people, sometimes with 12 brothers and sisters.
pretty rarely with 12 brothers and sisters. I would hope.
Mama and Papa were prolific, to say the least.
Their record is untoppable.
Deeply in love.
Deeply in love. I think I've been off the board for a bit too long, and I'd forgotten. I'll read these when I'm ready. Julian's going, any for me!
1.
Julian, go home. Postscript. I know it was you that got Tala to stops reading it out loud as Felix looks at him. He's like, that's the end of the letter. It's the end of the letter. So I don't know why you're looking at me. But you know, it's not like you guys set up this immediately jovial atmosphere. But you could see that you've given Felix a lot to think about, and there's a process of reflection that's already begun. But eventually you do set out with whatever team of, 8 to 10 people that you wish to assemble.
You are not allowed to give me Cyrus and Otto. You're not allowed.
But, wouldn't the familiarity be so good?
Absolutely
just fun.
not.
It would be good to give them some direction, you know? Those
I will
That's so many
continue
people.
to put peanut butter in your pillow.
No, I mean, you snuck into a war camp. I can't. Fine. No Cyrus and Otto.
I'll take Julian, though.
Goes, Julian's not ready for the field. And Julian goes, yeah, I'm ready for the field. But you and Julian work your way through the countryside.
I'll whip him into shape, Felix.
Yeah, Felix goes, you better. This kid is way too bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. But you make Julian do an incredible amount of push-ups as you go through the countryside of Johanna, cleaning up the scraps. Lior.
Yeah. I think Lior spends a couple days in Johanna, and thinks for a moment of Dirk's uncle and whether he should broach that news and instead allows hope to continue and will eventually, as Tal gets ready to head out with Julian, say, well, I suppose this is where our paths diverge.
Do you want to come to round up just one group of hooligans for old time's sake?
You couldn't be good for me. No, my my family, my betrothed await me, so.
Anytime you want to smash a couple heads, you know where to find me.
I might take you up on that at some point. But, if ever you need someone to climb and use as a vantage point.
I know exactly where to go.
Good.
And I super want to meet your betrothed.
You should.
And just ask her all the questions.
Sure. Her patience is even greater than mine, so she would adore you.
That'd be fun.
Well, goodbye, Tal, son of Han, son of no one knows.
Nope.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
You too. Be safe.
I jump.
And one last, you sort of hopping up like a kid onto Lior. Lior, as you set off south through the gates, there are people starting to leave the city a little bit. News has traveled throughout the city that the dragon has left, and that it might be safe for some people to return home. And while there are still people throughout the countryside, some of the braver souls are starting to make their way back to their homes. And as you walk the long road south to Samara, you catch, as you're walking by a small village that you had passed through, you stop to stay for the night. And in the morning, as you are making your way off, you hear a little and someone going, "Oh, God, that's the last thing I needed." And a voice going, "Does someone have any extra spare parts for this axle?" And you turn around and you see also, like, in this rickety cart that is just broken a little bit, is a small child and his mother, as you see Tad turn around and look at you and go, "Lior, what are you doing here?"
My son, Thaddeus.
His mom goes, "What?" And he jumps at you and just, like, sort of hugs your leg.
Yeah, I'll scoop him up.
Yeah.
Lion King, just this time looking at me as opposed to looking out to
Yeah,
the people.
yeah. He's like, "Oh, it's been a real quiet road. My mom says I talk too much."
Nonsense. You talk just the right amount.
And you see that the mother is looking over at you like, how am I seeing you here, you know? And she goes, "What are you doing headed this way?"
Well, the goal was always to come back. My path lies ahead, and I'll point to the south.
Well, so does ours. If we're heading the same way, we could use a little bit of help carrying some bags.
And I'm sure Tad would not say no to company, as I'm sure you might appreciate.
No, definitely not. I think Tad would be pretty happy, right, Bud? Would you be happy? Wow! And just super happy about it.
Fantastic. I'll take a moment to take a look at their cart and help it along its way.
Yeah. And you actually travel southward for decent ways with Thaddeus and his mom, who you find out traveled a really long way to get here. They live sort of how Tal's family is in the south. They're in the south, but on the western side. So you even follow out from Samara, past the town of Samara with these two, as the harshest parts of winter begin to settle, and you make your journey back home.
Remember, Tad? Be good.
Yeah,
Don't give your mother too much trouble.
I will never give my mom too much trouble.
All right. And you can always send me letters.
Absolutely. I can't read or write.
Like, Tal couldn't read or write very well.
That checks out.
And I'm like half Tal's age, so you can sort of extrapolate what you want from that.
Well then, when the time is right and your mother gives you permission, you can come visit in the steading. But only when your mother gives you permission.
Okay.
And the mother's going, "Yeah, that would be like incredible. If he needs like a chaperone too, could I also? It sounds amazing."
Summer vacation.
Yeah, and you see a person, and like their draw to maybe follow the camp of the dragon was something exciting, something different, something new, and you see like the possibility of another thing that is safer. But you make your goodbyes and you head off into the mountains of mist and emerge at the other side. Outside of a familiar landmark of this small bluff of standing rocks that are arranged just so that they seem to be an interesting natural anomaly, but to any who know, mark the entrance of Steading Shangloon.
Just take a deep breath as I cross that line into the steading.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to be home.
And you hear a couple of voices go, "Who is that? Is that... It's Lior. It's Lior, son of Miles, son of..." And just... and the reverberations going throughout the camp until a Ogier woman peeks her head around near your family's home. Peeks her head around a tree with her eyebrows tucked back into her hair just so. and fine braids worked with flowers, looks to you and goes, "My sunflower!"
My love.
And just runs over, and for the first time in, God, over a year, you and Adeline are back together. Paige,
Yes.
you have made your way over weeks journey, verging on months, quite frankly, through some of this weather, back to the gates of the White Tower. And the hubbub in Tarvalon is just, there seems to be like events, like people are talking about something, and as you pass through, people look to Lucille and give her deferential bows of the head and curtsies and whatnot. But Lucille stops at one point and says, What's the matter? It seems like everybody's all up in arms over something." And the person on the street goes, "Right, it's just the Amerlin seat's gone off. She's gone north into the borderlands. I don't exactly know quite what it is they're looking for, but the Amerlin's not left the tower in some time. It's probably something important." But under this hubbub is what you arrive back at the White Tower.
As we approach the tower,
Yeah.
I will look up at the enormous structure and say, "I believe this may be where the real work begins.
Right.
This is going to be difficult with the Amelin gone, no?"
I'd imagine that complicates things a little bit.
I think the first thing is, I think we need to confront Adelaide Sedai.
This is all happening. You guys are smart enough. This is all happening.
Yes, of course.
Inside your... And she just looks to you and gives you a nod and a reassuring smile and a squeeze of the hand and goes, "We have to know."
And with that, I will walk up the steps and push open the door and head to the main hall.
And you head to the main hall and head to, pass right by where you would go to the acceptance chambers, as some sisters look at you, a little bit shocked to see you, quite frankly. Some going, sister. A few of the more stern ones going, "Child, you've been gone long."
I probably won't hold anyone's eye too long.
Mm-hmm.
It'll just be more of a searching look, a suspicious look
Yeah.
as I walk through.
And you make
It's like
your...
I'm not feeling truly back at home.
Mm-hmm. You start to see this place that held all of your ambition and all of your hopes and dreams. You're starting to see it in a new light, whereas it was a mark of belonging that where all of these winding hallways lead. Now it's a sign of like a labyrinthine trap that you are entangled in. But you know where the spider's nest is. And so you make your way to the chambers of one of the sitters of the Blue, who you know to be a friend, confidant, and often tea companion of Adelaide Sedai's. And you give a cursory knock on a door and enter and see Adelaide Sedai sitting alone. Looks at you and goes, "My goodness. You didn't think to reach out at all. I know you can."
Did you send them?
Did I what?
What is the meaning of this? As I toss the spear.
And she reaches out deftly with this weave of air and catches it and brings it over to her, and she goes, "I don't understand what you're talking about. We sent people to do the job that you had run out on, until it seemed you had come back and then didn't have the decency to
Send
follow up with me on.
People like anyone. Like, who did you send, and what were their mission? For they attacked me, they attacked the group of people that I was traveling with. Are you yourself a follower of the Dark One?
She looks at you.
And I take a step at that point.
Yeah, she looks at you and starts to like weave something, and from the door there's just a little, and whatever she's about to weave unties, and Lucille walks in and goes, I think that you might want to hear out what we have to say, because you want to be in the right on this one, sister. And she goes, what's the meaning of this? What are you accusing me of?
At that point, I will go into expletives as I recount.
Martin still hates this charity.
I'm so paranoid. I would basically summarize that my communications with Amelie were genuine.
Yes.
I spoke to her. She confirmed with me that she was, in fact, in touch with you, and then at the end, when we were following the dragon,
Yes.
Amelie attacked and did not care who was in her way, decided to try and not gentle, but sever the entire connection, trying to sever the dragon himself.
Yeah, just you would know that the policy is to shield them from the power so that they could be brought to the White Tower, tried and gentled at the White Tower. And as this story's going on, she's looking super angry at you, which is a look that you're very familiar with from her. But as it goes on,
I will do one of those things where whenever she like cocks her head to the side, I will cock my head to the side.
and she's a little bit taken aback at how
I'll take it
confidently
back,
you're doing
and-
this. Yeah. And she has wound her way back to sitting on her desk and goes, I hadn't heard from Amelie Sedai since she left.
Well, she told me she was in regular contact.
Give me an insight check.
Can I give him advantage?
You know what? Do you want to say you gave Paige bardic inspiration on her way out?
I did not get to use those.
I know, because I thought that we had an
Because I
understanding.
had a full miscommunication.
you
I
can
think
roll
it's
a
a
d6 on
D8
that.
or a D6.
Okay, I'm going to use magical guidance to redo my 5.
Yeah.
Your little
Come on. The D6 could have beaten.
Come on.
Oh, that's a 14 plus 6. So that's a 20.
Okay, there you go.
She seems genuinely shocked, and from what you can tell, she is telling the truth. And goes, I hadn't heard from her in months. She told you this. And Lucille goes, yes. I'm the one who relayed the message. She told me the same. She goes, and the spear. You're saying that she made this?
That's what I learned, yes. The young boy at the camp. He gave it to me, describing specifically Amelie Sedai. And as Cash starts to realize that this is, in fact, not Adelaide's intention, she'll slowly start to deflate.
Yeah.
And say, Adelaide, I am so sorry. I do not keep you in the loop more often. I'm realizing now how better communication might have prevented this.
No. I apologize, sister. I sent you into the Viper's Den that I didn't know existed. You've done well, very well, but looks to you and Lucille. We have to be quiet about this.
Of course.
For now. A job well done. And I would be glad to have you in my hall, if that is what you wish.
And Paige will put her hands together and bow deep. And as she comes out, there's just tears.
Still, I do wish that you had reached out, one of you, somehow. I thought you were both gone when I heard of the final capturing of the false dragon.
final kept Lucille? Are you...
We've been on the road quite a while. She goes, you haven't heard. He was captured. Outside of Mirandi. He's being brought to Andor.
Was the army captured as well?
It has been scattered.
Scattered. Understood.
Come. You have some rest to get.
Yes, I just wish to wash my hands and my face.
Certainly.
And I will run to the nearest washroom, and I will put both hands on the basin as I close my eyes and reach out to the thread that I know as Samuel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, Samuel, please answer me. Are you alive?
Tal. Your work completed. Eventually do hear news from Felix about the capture of Logain Ablar and the dissolution of his troops. Not quite a rout. Many people lost on both sides. At what point do you think that you return home?
The day that I hear of the dragon's capture, I will ask for leave to return home to bring Mama the letters.
Felix just looks at you and goes, know that there is a place for you if you wish to come back, Tala. And if there isn't one, I'll make it.
Yes.
You've done well. I know we don't do this, but it seems like it means a lot to you.
It does!
He salutes
There was
you.
this mummers play that came through once when I was 5, and they just killed all the soldiers in the play, kept doing it.
Wow, you're really still stuck on that thing from 13 years ago. But you do start to make your way back home, and much more confident. At first, you were somewhat afraid leaving home until you met up with Dirk. But as you travel back south, you find all these spots that, have fond memories in them. You see spots, snowdrifts that you duck walked across where you taught Lior the trick. You see the tree where Paige got, clocked, or was this snowball fight that happened. You skirt around the town of Samara, where you see a woman selling a cart fully laden with produce. You hear, the raspy voice of someone going, business has been fine, but it could be better. But you do eventually make your way back down a dirt road right as spring has taken the last of the snow, and walk in silence down the long dirt pathway that just becomes tamped down grass. And the way that you came in, arriving back with a stick over your shoulder, tied with all your belongings, you cross a familiar threshold into an open field full of sheep and a man sitting reading a book who stands up and looks at you and goes, Tala, everyone's been worried sick about you. Thank the light you're back. And stands up and walks over you, taking off his spectacles, as your eldest brother Toby walks over, tripping and face planting on the ground through a little grassy divot, but getting back up and just giving you a warm hug.
Don't break the glasses. They were okay.
If I broke another pair, I don't think I could afford to get another one. There's this rare tech.
I give him a big hug.
He goes, Mama will want to see you.
Where is she?
You just hear like a yell, Tala! And you look and you see hair more gray than when you left her, but walking out of the farmhouse that you called home for everything up until 4 or 5 months ago, you see Isabel Millen, your mom, walk out and just run over and go, "Oh, sweetheart, oh my God, you're home. Why did you run away? That was the stupidest thing you could have done." And just like smothering you in a hug, and then having the urge to smother you, and then smothering you in a hug.
I'll just hold. I ran away to join the army, but then a whole bunch of things came, and I met this guy named Dirk, and then we went to go see the dragon because I wanted to make sure Sammy was okay. And Mama, and I just start crying.
Yeah, you finally just have like a full break, and she just sits down on the grass with you and goes, "Oh, sweetheart, it's okay. Listen, I'll make you some hot cocoa, and you could tell us all about it. All right? We're just glad that you're home safe, hon."
I can't help it. Hot cocoa.
The whole farm just breaks out.
It's like a family dance they've been doing passed down.
Yeah, Toby in the background is looking at you with appraising eyes like, "I taught her well." The sheep. Like a Wallace and Gromit movie.
It has never dawned on me more that Tal is just a person. Like, just a farmer.
Very much just a farmer.
With PTSD now.
I'd love some hot cocoa, but I'm only here for a couple days. I go back to the Legion after that.
The Legion? To do what? Is this man you met working for the Legion now?
Meet Tal, Felix's youngest brother.
Oh my God. Just puts her head in her hands and has a couple, like, immediately has turned back to exasperation. But like with incredulity, they listen as you talk about your exploits.
And I'll pull out Sammy's letters.
Yeah, and reading them and like, "Oh God, oh, Sammy. He was too sweet for what they had him do." Oh, just sad. You hear, like, as they're sort of like absorbed with the letters, you hear a rap at the window, and you turn and you look, and there's just grizzled veteran, but like huge smile on his face.
I'm in the army!
Is Byron. He goes, "You did it. You did it. We stuck it to the man."
I led a contingent of soldiers and everything!
What? You have to tell me more about that. But you have a couple days that you spend at home.
I'll tell Mama. He decided to follow the dragon. That was the false dragon? I don't know, but they've captured him. And they scattered his armies.
Oh no.
I made Sammy promise to come home. So I need to know that you guys are looking out for him.
We'll look out for him. Oh, Samuel. And just sort of like a little bit bummed out. And you sort of stay there for a few days, just reconnecting with your family that stayed.
All my sisters.
All your sisters, all your nieces and nephews are around. And on the third day, there is a rap on the door. And you go to open it, and just downcast eyes look up, full of tears, and facing you, having rolled the 19 earlier, is Sammy.
Oh, thank God.
Who's made it back home. He looks, he goes, I think I might have been wrong. I think I might have been wrong, Tal.
I just give him a hug.
And he just cries.
You're home. You made it back.
And even though neither of you can really work past the scars that you have both picked up on this crazy, crazy turn of events in both of your lives, right now, you are both home. You are both safe. And for today, that's enough. Paige. You are exhausted. Even after a night's rest, you are limping and panting as you make your way to the Great Hall. It's a blur, truly. But you stand before the Amerlin seat, Swan Sanche, who has just woven an incredibly intricate weave of, everything at once, so intricate that you can't quite parse it out, into this rod that you now hold. Having spoken the oaths, and in spite of yourself, given a little bit of extra prominence to the second oath, which is mostly viewed as a bit of a throwaway by most people, but having loudly declared that you shall make no weapon with which one man may kill another man. And you swear the last of your oaths as the Amerlin seat looks down at you and goes, "Rise now, a sister of the White Tower, a sister of the Aes Sedai." As you stand up and the room around you filled with the 3 sitters of each of the Ajas stand and applaud. One of them, a green, gets a little bit too rowdy, and one of the brown sisters shoots them a look.
If only Tower Aes Sedai.
The Amerlin seat says, "Now we have earned one more sister into our ranks. Who shall speak for her? Which house, which Aja, shall claim her?" And you look in the direction with the sitter that you have rehearsed with. And which direction is that?
I think I've chosen the Grey Aja. I've realized that knowledge is power, but the world doesn't need power. It needs understanding. She'll think of her friends. She'll think of Dirk. It needs forgiveness. She'll think of Lior. It needs kindness. And she'll think of Tal. It needs bravery. She will turn to the Grey to try and bring some stability to a world upside down.
And you declare this, save for your innermost thoughts and your innermost reasonings. You declare this with only the truth on your mouth, even if that were not impossible for you, a truth that had long lived within your heart after a tumultuous journey. And the 3 sisters, the sitters of the Grey Aja, stand up in unison and say, "We will accept this one into our Aja." And the Keeper of Chronicles puts down her large scepter, takes a gray stole and gives it to the Amerlin seat, who places it over you. And once more, everyone applauds as you look now not to authority figures or to teachers or mentors. You now look to your sisters. And you take a moment to take it in. And the timing of this is also quite serendipitous, because you would have been loath to have requested leave once again. But as a full sister, you have a bit more latitude to do that, because you have another journey that you need to make, and rather quickly if you're going to be there on time.
Did I receive an invitation?
Lior.
He just does these things.
You wake up on not the most beautiful day you've ever seen, but a calm one. And you have an appreciation for that. And And you wake up and immediately, just a full bolting awake, your eyes creaking open so rapidly as you know that today is a very important day for you. What do you imagine you do to prepare?
Lior knows that it doesn't need to look like the most beautiful day to be the most beautiful day. Have both of his friends arrived?
Yes. Yes. Just this morning, in fact, you received word that the last of the two have arrived, and one of them came with an extra person along with them.
Did I bring Sammy?
You stand at the threshold where you look at this little map that was painstakingly added to your invitation that has this, again, weird, like, pop-out slider that shows this weird rock formation. And Sammy's going, I don't think we've found it, Tala. There's, like, nothing here.
No. Look, it's the two rocks that are beside each other, and
Yes,
then the
those
one
are
rock.
some rocks. Those are some rocks.
But then the one rock that kind of looks like half a nose that's tilted crooked. Look, it's right on the map.
I mean, I see the rock, but there's nothing behind it. We're not there.
You've never been to a steading before.
No, I haven't.
Come on, I'll show you.
Fine.
I'll walk in.
And you walk in and you disappear for a second. He goes, "Ah!" and runs in behind you as an Ogier stands there and goes, we've been expecting you both. And Sammy just sort of like reels back as he sprinted in behind you. You must be Tala, son of Han.
Pretty sure his name's Hal, guys.
Son of Hal. I thought it was too, and then I sort of just went, son of Hal, son of you don't know.
Yes.
Be welcome at Stedding Shenglun. This way.
What's your name?
My name? It's the long one. We're not going to get into it right now.
I will take the opportunity as soon as I can to kind of nudge Sammy, be like, your name sings in my ears.
He goes, and yours and mine. Very clearly impressed. I'm Sammy, the son of the same. Yes, well, hello. And you make your way to where you need to be. But yes, your friends have arrived.
Wonderful. I will go to them. I will seek them out. I am eager for the moment, but I don't want to spoil the surprise for myself. So I'm going to instead look to my friend and say, well, how do I look?
I was gonna jump on you, but I don't want to smoosh the flower in your pocket. It's a beautiful sunflower.
Thank you. I thought it was a nice touch. By the way, a grouping of Ogier are called a stump. I mean, I would have preferred a rumble, really, but it's a whole thing.
I think a rumble would have been more appropriate.
Well, what can you do? Thank you both for coming. I think it's going to be, well, a beautiful day.
And Sammy pipes up and says, and I don't want to distract from the big day. Good to see you again. Does your offer still stand? I mean, would it really be all right if I sort of spent some time here?
Of course.
Just like a weight off his shoulders as he just turns and looks at all of the blossoming plant life in here and goes, I think I'd like that. And he goes to walk his way around the stump to find the place where he will be seated. And you take your place in front of the stump as well. Standing there, you guys find seats or places to stand as well. Paige, looking decked out, not in sort of incognito clothes, but in some really spectacular robes.
I have the best coat on I've ever seen.
It's summer.
Still wearing it, sweating buckets.
The gray looks great on you.
Thank you. It's very kind, and you look fantastic. I'm very happy to share this day, and anyone calls you hasty, let them know that you had to be hasty to collect all those fantastic stories you have, and come back here to tell the tales. I brought you something, and she'll reach and take two little fig saplings and say, so these are the ficus, and you're supposed to plant them and then like braid them. However, I tried and I've killed a couple, but I figured if anyone can do it, it's going to be you and your dear Adelaide. No, that's mine. Adelaide.
I should have made one of you guys change it.
Beautiful, Paige. It's the thought that counts. Thank you.
She's gonna be holding these saplings and say, I'll put them over there.
Here, let me hold that.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you go.
Where's Tad?
You go quickly before the ceremony starts to this patch around the back of the stump where the bag of provisions that you had gotten from the Ogier north in Setting Jinsoon had all these plants that you guys didn't have over here, including one little blossoming small tree that will grow to be large enough to bear fruit with little orange blossoms. And you think, this is a good place for these. And you place them next to your friend Dirk. You take your place in front of your parents, your fellow Ogier, with Brahm standing behind you, dressed better than you've ever seen, and your friend standing before you. And as the Ogier assembled all start to pick up their melodious song as a low hum fills the area, you nod the little cue as Tad, having made his field trip, having gotten your invitation, works his way up the center of this path, scattering sunflower petals, and then high-fiving you and walking back, running back to his mom. As from around the other side of the stump, Adeline emerges, resplendent and beautiful, and she calls you her sunflower, but you've never seen anything brighter than her eyes or her smile on this day. And you come together as your mentor stands between you, awkwardly clearing his throat, a little bit verklempt. And silence falls across the field as he looks over and says,
Adeline, daughter of Genya, daughter of Olien, will you take Lior, son of Mael, son of Thane, as husband and vow under the light and by the tree to treasure, esteem, and love him, so long as he lives, to care for him and tend him, and to guide his feet on the path they should follow.
and Adeline looks over and chuckles a little bit and says, under the light and by the tree, I so vow. And he looks to you and
Excuse me. Lior, son of Mael, son of Thane, will you accept Adeline, daughter of Genya, daughter of Olien, as wife and vow under the light, and by the tree to reassure, esteem, and love her, so long as she lives, to care for her and heed her guidance?
Brom,
That's not what you're supposed to say, Lior.
I promise to be brief.
She just said the thing you're supposed to say. You could go so...
But I have more to say, Brom.
You're gonna kill me.
He's got like tears in his eyes. He's like,
You're killing me here, man.
I promise it will be short.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll look at Adeline and cup her face and just with my thumb allow her eyebrows to kind of fall to the sides of her face as opposed to tuck behind. My morning sunshine. During my time on the road, I imagined this moment more times than I care to admit. And yet even in all those daydreams, you never looked as beautiful as you do now. The world has taught me many things. However, it is you who has taught me how to love. Your heartfelt letters always manage to make me feel like a young giddy Ogier, just shy of 100. And yet, those letters never fail to meet their mark, patiently enlightening me as to the duality of love, that we can be both destined for each other, like two braided threads in the great pattern, and yet also like a quill and ink, distinct in themselves, but forever dancing together to tell a shared story. If I've had to help lay fallow to the land in order to nurture peace, it's only in hopes of growing and building a future with you. If you'll let me, I promise to give you a love that even human gleemen will sing of for ages to come. Under the light and by the tree, I so vow.
Excuse me. Then, under the light and by the tree, I declare you wed.
and all the Ogier join their voices together in a low hum and say, "May the blessings of the light and the tree be upon you always." And in this moment, as the months of hardship melt away for all of you, as you see Lior turn and take Adeline's hands in his, and just they share a smile. The assembled people cheer for the newlywed couple, a sign of life and love amid the world's chaos. And in this moment, a wind blew across the field. Gusting up around Lior and Adeline, it took the petals of a sunflower off their base right out of your lapel, flying east into a continent to spread life into turmoil. The wheel turned once again. This was an ending, but it was not the end. There are neither beginnings nor endings in the turning of the wheel of time. The wind worked its way across green fields and muddier battlegrounds, spiraling high around the Dragon Mount to survey what would become of this world. War was not far away where it had not already arrived. Not for any country of this world. But in some distant corner of the land, a different war, more primal, more urgent, was already underway. The screams from the tiny farmhouse reached their peak, startling the few sheep brave enough to graze so close to this conflict older than the wheel itself. The woman's hand clenches so hard that the young man thinks every bone in his hand might just break and turn to dust, and then, mercifully, subsides. Cries of pain turn to sobs of relief and joy, as she holds out trembling hands to her husband, shakily lifting the baby to meet its mother. It seems this time the Creator has won once again. "A boy," he whispers. Her special, beautiful boy." As his mother embraces him for the first time, laughing in the face of all of her pain, the baby boy soothes, sensing a light where he once saw only darkness. The young parents gasp in amazement as the child opens his eyes for the first time, a blue bright enough to light up their own. This dark barn, the entire world. As a storm of receding memories leaves the child, all that will remain is a spark. One that will let the boy do great things. The cruel world that he came from forgotten, the baby boy closes his eyes and coos softly. Happiness is never a promise. But as the great pattern weaves its comforting blanket over the child, it sets its final threads. The chance at something greater, and the hope that this time, the world might be a kinder place. And with that, we turn the page and close the final chapter of Who's Taking Watch? The Dragon's Might.
Oh my
That was dope. I missed your wedding. I'm so sad.
You were too busy being bored.
I know.
You were there. You were a plant.
You were a tree.
The wind on the leaf on the tree and the hole in the ground and the green grass grows.
Ah, man. Thanks,
That
guys.
was awesome. Thanks, Brad. That
Oh
was
my
awesome.
God.
So good.
That was a great ending.
I had such a fun time doing a story with you
Yeah.
guys.
Oh, that was so good.
Oh, man.
And you guys and gals.
Well, that closes the chapter on the first story that we've all told together. But there are plenty of other stories on this bookshelf of ours. Where might we open the page next? Spoiler alert, it's there.
Not me.
If you want to stay tuned for the next story, you can always catch those on our channel here with this group of friends and storytellers taking turns on journeys in some of our favorite worlds of fiction. Until then, we thank you for coming along for this one. And until the next time, I've been Brad, and this has been The Dragon's Might. Bye, everybody.
Thanks for taking watch, Brad.